gentlemen, it's high time we started our conference. Welcome in Grodno during the 5th International Conference on Energy, Environment and Agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Fund for the Development of Polish Rural Areas and Agro Promotion again organized a meeting in Grodno on energy, in agriculture, environment. All these issues are interrelated, and every year we've been discussing these topics here in Grodno. And this year we organized this conference once again, and Krzysztof Podhajski, the chairman of the Foundation of the European Fund for the Development of Polish Rural Areas, will tell you more about the subject. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you and thank you for accepting our invitation for the 5th conference. We slightly altered the agenda of the conference, so let me briefly tell you that today we planned two main debates and an introductory discussion to the topic. The lead topic today is renewable energy sources. From a very special angle, we'd like to focus on biogas, and the debate is the result or is related to the situation on the energy market due to the war in Ukraine. As regards the agenda, we will soon give the floor to Prime Minister and the Minister of Agriculture and Development of Rural Areas, Mr. Kowalczyk, who unfortunately was not able to join us in person today, but he's going to be connected online, and he will share with us some views on the topic of the conference, and then we'll proceed with the agenda. The agenda that you are familiar with. I'd like to wish you very nice proceeding of the conference. I'd like to encourage you to play an active role during the conference. And once again, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's brilliant that we managed to discuss these topics. It's brilliant that we can meet because of the difficult circumstances. And because of these circumstances, our event is even more important. But without further ado, let us connect to Mr. Minister Henryk Kowalczyk, who will tell us why our topic is so important today. Welcome. I'd like to greet all attendees of the conference. I'm terribly sorry but I'm not able to be present in person, but other duties related to my role in the government kept me busy. But because of the importance of the conference, namely renewable energy sources and agriculture, I will gladly participate in the conference, and I will anxiously await for materials developed during the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very important for us to meet and discuss renewable energy sources. It's a very good time for such a discussion because the cost of conventional energy increased tremendously, and therefore it's a good opportunity to appreciate renewable energy sources and agriculture. It's a good place to develop renewable energy sources in rural areas based on PV, wind, energy storages, and this is the formula that we would like to use to support renewables in our country. And it is important that the energy source is stable. The sun and wind sources are less stable, but biogas provides a very stable source of energy, and biogas plants will be treated particularly well because they can provide stabilization for the supply of energy. And this complementary approach to the development of renewables in rural areas should be a role model. This model is being developed, and we plan to attach different financial arrangements, especially for rural areas. One of the sources of funding is the National Recovery Plan, and the immediate source of funding is the Rural Development Program 2016-2020. I have not mistakenly quoted the dates, but we are in this transition period. We're going to spend the funding until the end of 2025, and we designated major funding from various savings to develop renewables for agriculture. And there, we're going to focus on PV sources combined with energy storage and biogas plants. We'd like to encourage farmers to invest in biogas plants, and we want them to combine renewable sources of energy into an energy mix. For instance, renewable energy from the sun, and an energy storage combined. And this is what we would like to implement. And I believe in a couple of weeks we're going to collect project proposals and applications for the release of funding to develop renewables. Funding still available under the Program for the Development of Rural Areas 2016-2020. This is one of the sources of funding, but it's not all, because there is funding in the National Recovery Plan to develop renewable energy sources, and from the 16th of October we started a call for project proposals for processing, and within processing we plan to provide funding for renewables for the processing industry and agriculture. So there are sources of funding and financing, and there are incentives for those who use such energy and who produce such energy. Yet another source of funding is the Common Agricultural Policy, investment in the strategic plan of the CAP until in the period of 2023-2027. But these are not only agricultural sources. Whatever I listed up until this moment, the Rural Development Program, the Recovery Plan in the area of agriculture, and the Common Agricultural Policy are the three main sources of funding for the development of renewables in rural areas. But we also agreed on the approach to the use of environmental funds, mainly those from the trade in emissions, funding available at the National Environmental Management Fund, and we agreed a major funding to support the development of the energy sector in rural areas. A model that we would like to support would be energy clusters and energy cooperatives. So we do not want to have problems with the transmission of energy, because today a major barrier to develop renewables is, in particular, the energy from the sun, is the development of the transmission grid. So in some locations, there are limitations set by the transmission network operator, and that's why we'd like to support energy clusters and energy cooperatives. For instance, a local government can develop a biogas plant and create sources of renewables in PV, wind, plus energy storages, could make such a local government self-sustaining or self-sufficient. This is a model that we will try to support. Perhaps we won't succeed overnight, but provided conditions are good, this might be the overall target. We've also started coordinating all these sources of funding at the level of the ministry. The same applies to technologies to develop, for instance, biogas plants. At the moment, we are at the final stage of the verification of the technology funded by the National Center of Research and Development, namely those model biogas plants. So we need to go through this stage of the proof of concept and offer farmers solutions that are proven, so our farmers do not have to look for new solutions, do not have to study those solutions themselves, and we would like to offer a relevant technology, a relevant design, and then a well-proven design can be funded efficiently, and the time of the implementation of the investment will be reduced significantly because a proven design does not require so many consents and permits as a prototype. So we're going to suggest certain technologies and sources of funding, and for rural areas, these might be a great opportunity to start generating energy for their own purposes, and the renewable energy source can be an additional source of income in agriculture, considering unstable prices for agricultural products. So with such a high volatility of income, another source of income, namely energy, can be highly valuable. So these are the activities implemented by the ministry, bearing in mind that the renewable energy source should be developed in rural areas while considering specific conditions there. So the model that I have mentioned, of the model of self-sufficiency in terms of energy, can be an ideal model. This is our goal. Thank you very much for your attention, and I count that this conference on renewable energy sources, with particular emphasis of biogas plants, will provide a number of interesting solutions that the ministry will be very much willing to use and examine. So we count on good, fruitful results of the conference. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for telling us about the framework of the activity of the Minister of Agriculture regarding renewable energy sources, with particular emphasis on biomass. Now we will move to the EU level, but before we do that, let me just announce that you can use equipment for listening to the simultaneous translation, Channel 1, Polish, Channel 2, English, and the discussion will take place in Polish and in English, but the introduction to the debate will take place in English. We're going to witness a very important discussion. Let me invite Prime Minister, Professor Jerzy Buzek, the chairman of the Program Council of the European Fund for the Development of Polish Rural Areas. He is also a member of the Industry Committee of the European Parliament, and he's going to discuss the topic with Kadri Simpson, who is the Commissioner for Energy. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'd like to thank organizers for organizing this conference, the annual conference. As you've heard from the Deputy Prime Minister, we notified the Deputy Prime Minister about the topic of our conference, and we can only be happy that the idea of self-sufficiency in terms of energy in Polish rural areas became very popular for the Polish government, and the Prime Minister used that term and also referred to renewable energy sources. And we all hope that these words will be put in practice. It has not always been the case, but it's very important because we are a community of people responsible for the Polish agriculture and the energy sector, because there's no life in rural areas without secure supply of affordable energy, fertilizers as well. But we manufacture fertilizers using natural gas, and in the future we'll be able to support this production with biomethane for another 100 or 200 years. Biomethane is not a transition gas, and the composition of the gas is almost the same as the natural gas. And natural gas will have to step down and will no longer be used for the production, and biomethane will stay with us for much longer. I'm very glad that the Prime Minister mentioned all the advantages of the renewable energy sector, and we should make sure that this goal is implemented. It's the great future for our country. Thank you very much. I understand we have the connection with my interlocutor.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner.
Good morning, Professor Buzek. Nice to see you.
Okay, great. Maybe I will take another place because I would like to see you better. Well, we are very, very glad that you are together with us in a remote way. You are in Brussels. You are in Brussels. We are on the Polish coast, Cliff Coast, a very beautiful place. And thank you for your presence. Live, in a remote way, but live. If I may introduce Madam Commissioner to all of you, to our audience, Madam Commissioner is responsible for energy in the von der Leyen Commission since 1st December 2019. Previously, she served as a Minister of National Government, responsible in a time of presidency, Estonian presidency, for energy, transport, economy, and competitiveness. So very important councils, and Madam Minister was leading, educated from University College London, and also member of National Parliament quite a few times, and now responsible for energy, as I said, and it is a most sensitive and, as a matter of fact, most political part of our activity in between European institutions. And Madam President Ursula von der Leyen dedicated almost half of her speech in September to the energy sector, because it is absolutely the most important, also in the time of horrible war, aggression of Russians against Ukraine. We know about that very well. 2 days ago, it was another speech of President Ursula von der Leyen, European Parliament. And as a matter of fact, the whole speech was dedicated to energy sector. And European Council, which is just now in Brussels, we can say proudly, parallelly to our meeting in Grodno, is also dedicated, first of all, to the energy sector. Madam Commissioner, if I may ask you, because European leaders are discussing the issue, especially energy bills and security of energy supply, but especially security of gas supply, the most important issue on the agenda in European Council meeting. What are the most important points in our European Union answer to the current crisis situation? How do you see that, Madam Commissioner?
Thank you, Professor Buzek. And indeed, next door here, European leaders are discussing the current situation and how to tackle the volatile and high energy prices. This is not something new. Russia started manipulating our energy markets already last year, but ongoing war in Ukraine has triggered an unprecedented energy crisis, and the European Commission has been responding quickly on a number of fronts. The first big strategy that now is discussed with our co-legislators, member states in the European Parliament, was presented already in March. This is our Repower EU strategy. And this sets a clear guidance how we will get rid of this very dangerous dependence on Russian fossil fuels. So first of all, we have to diversify our energy supplies away from Russia and towards more reliable suppliers. So in gas market, it means that we do have reliable suppliers who are connected with European Union via pipelines, Azerbaijan, Norway, Algeria. And we do have partners who are able to scale up their liquefaction capacity. United States has delivered us 3 times more LNG than previous years. Also Egypt and Israel signed with our president memorandum of understanding and will deliver in next year's significantly higher volumes of LNG to Europe. Other very important work stream is that we have been preparing for further gas disruption by asking member states to ensure that our gas storage facilities are full. We negotiated that in the beginning of the summer, and then we set the target that the gas storage has to be full all across Europe by 1st of November, but we delivered faster. So this morning we reached already more than 93% of the gas storage, so well exceeding the target. And also a lot of attention is focused on reducing demand. And importantly, we have also focused on speeding up the clean energy transition. So not all the gas that Russia has decided not to sell us will be replaced by alternatives, but where we can, we will electrify. Where we can, we should save. Where we can, we will replace natural gas with renewables, and that means that also clean gases will play their part, and we have to invest a lot into biomethane production, because biomethane is a methane that could replace Russian fossil fuel. And all this is happening as energy markets continue to be volatile, and energy prices are extremely high. And of course, we are also guiding member states with clear measures how they can support their households and businesses. And indeed, energy ministers in October agreed that we have to enable member states to channel windfall profits of energy companies to households and companies who are struggling to how to pay their high energy bills. And this night, heads of governments discussed our last proposal, how we will fill our underground gas storage before next heating season, so next summer, and how we will set up this joint purchase platform between all the member states. Then how to cap the gas price that has been skyrocketing despite the fact that security of supply has so far not been under the risk, and then how we can ensure more solidarity between our member states in case if there are emergency maintenance works from pipelines that delivers until now the gas, or in case if there is extremely long and cold winter. And in parallel with the work just outlined, the Commission has been preparing work on the long-term measures to improve the design of the electricity market. And there is the main objective to bring the benefits of affordable renewables and low carbon technologies to consumers, so that we will safeguard the benefits of a common market-based electricity system. But in the future, when we do have more hours where renewables are covering our consumption, really households and businesses will benefit out of it.
Where's my microphone? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. You mentioned saving energy. Saving energy is very important. Putting together our demands and ways of energy generation, it could be answer, especially in our small energy communities in the countryside, local communities. Also solidarity, very important word you use. And next season, 2023, 2024, it means next winter could be even worse than the near winter. So it's a lot of questions. I would like to underline that we strongly announced in the European Parliament, but also in the European Commission, such sentences. We will back Ukraine for as long as it takes, or the best possible response to Putin's gas blackmail is European solidarity and European unity. It's quite clear, our position. And if you could, let's say, enumerate, to say once again, in Repower EU is our strategic reply to the Russian aggression in Ukraine. But what are the short, mid and long-term actions foreseen by the European Commission? Because it's very important to see next winter, let's say, maybe 2-3 years later, and decade or 2 decades later, how we can see in the light of Repower EU strategic program, the whole issue in the let's say timetable for us in the European Union.
In the long run, we know that the working solution is to replace imported fossil fuels with homegrown renewables. And the very important part of this Repower EU was a part that allows us to shorten the permitting so that all across Europe we can create environment where most of the hours in electricity market, renewables will cover the consumption. And that means that we don't need so much gas in power generation. That means we can save that gas. We don't have to be worried if Russia will deliver us additional volumes or not. But of course, this transition is expensive one. And another very important part of this Repower EU is to secure the financing, because yes, renewables will give us more affordable price in the future, but that means that we have to front load investments right now. And luckily we do have some reserves left after the COVID hit us. And our calculations are based on the best knowledge we do have right now, and that tells us that reducing the European Union 27 dependence on fossil fuels and diversifying our gas supply would require 300 billion from now until 2030, and then it's done. This is in addition to the European Green Deal that sets a long-term target, hope to become climate neutral by 2050. But well, with this medium-term action, we can replace the volumes that so far arrived to Europe via pipelines that Gazprom used. And as you know, we do have a long-term budget covering years 2021 to 27. Yeah. But on top of that, first time ever, we had also this next generation EU recovery instrument, because we wanted to do our utmost to avoid recession after COVID. And well, these two big investment budgets will support investments in areas that are crucial for achieving our 2030 targets. And together, this MFF and Next Generation EU, they represent a package of an unprecedented magnitude, so 2 trillion, and at least 30% of the total allocations will be dedicated to measures supporting energy investments and climate objectives. And right now, European Parliament is also discussing if we can add to these resources also another 20 billion euros from the emissions trading scheme. So this famous ETS that Poland always discusses. But if we can add those additional allowances, it means that that overall price for ETS is also coming down and is more predictable. And of course, financing and clear ambition will help us to deliver, but there has to be also private investment part. And what I have seen so far this year, it was again extremely good year for renewables all across Europe. Renewables new installations were at record levels, and also private citizens and households, they did their best to help us to save the energy that actually allows us to to limit the funds that Gazprom can still serve from their trade with EU. And what households did, they started to change their individual heating systems. So a major shift from individual gas boilers to heat pumps. Also renovation is speeding up all across Europe. And we know that if your home is better insulated, then you consume significantly less energy over the winter time. And when the heating period starts in Europe, then last winter, the gas consumption went up. And well, with minus degrees, we are also facing again this situation that storage is starting to we are starting withdrawal from our underground gas storage. And this is a major challenge for us to save energy already this winter, because we don't want to end up in the situation where in the spring, when heating season is over, our underground gas storage is empty. From Brussels, we have suggested 2 things: that every member state will cut their gas consumption by 15%. And this was, as a matter of fact, achieved in September, but we have to continue this effort also in October, November, December, January, February, March. And if we do so, then our underground gas storage will not be empty. And another very important thing is to avoid electricity market price peak hours. These are the hours where our consumption is so high that renewables, nuclear, where it is available in the market, and even coal-powered power plants do not cover 100% the electricity consumption, and gas-fired power plants will be needed. And if we can all together shift our electricity consumption from these hours to the hours where gas-fired power plants are not needed, then we also will help our societies and our gas companies to save gas. And to do so, of course, these regions where every household does have already smart meter, they can more easily to communicate to the private consumers which are the hours where prices are high, because smart meters are empowering consumers, and smart meters are also necessary to allow households and small entities to take care of their own electricity consumption. So if they install solar panels on the rooftops, they can sell electricity when they don't consume that themselves, and also prioritize the right of consumers to be empowered. And these kind of small solar panel owners and solar energy producers who sometimes consume electricity themselves, sometimes they sell it to the grid. We call them prosumers, and we truly want to see that we will have more and more these kind of market participants who are taking care of their own consumption, and by investing into solar panels will help us also to get rid of electricity that is produced with the help of natural gas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. Very broad and almost complete answer. We will discuss all the topics later on in the time of our conference, of course. But if I could put you another question, summarizing our short discussion. If you could answer very shortly, once again, because you mentioned, for example, private investment is a very important issue, of course. But in general, the main sources of financing of the specific actions in the Repower EU, we will think, in our case, in our conference case, we will think about biomethane generation, as we, European Union, would like to produce 35 billion of cubic meters by 2030. In Poland, we've got possibility 8 billion cubic meter, maybe 10 billion cubic meter per year. Enormously big. So, summarizing 2 or 3 sentences, how we can finance it in general, because we will discuss the issue later on. And another issue, additional, the main elements of the energy self-sufficiency of the local energy communities. We name it in Polish spółdzielnie energetyczne. Everybody could understand how important it could be. It is also very important issue is in our RED 2 and RED 3 regulation. It means renewables directive, generally speaking. So how do you see the main elements of energy self-sufficiency from your perspective? Because it will be the main topic of our discussion, certainly.
This discussion that is ahead of you is really very necessary, because we also do believe that energy communities help us to accelerate our clean energy transition. This cannot be only the big gigawatt level installations, but it's local communities and all across the region. Individuals do have know-how and ability to connect their production to the grid, then the potential for achieving higher renewable targets faster is significantly greater. And in this regard, the biomethane is part of our discussions how to decarbonize our gas market. We want to create in an environment where biomethane producers will not face difficulties how to inject their gas into the grid and pipelines. And financing is available from different funds because biomethane is also an interesting additional revenue stream for farmers. There will be even flexibilization of agricultural funds and using residues, using manure. Well, these are all the sources or feedstock that otherwise will not be used, but could help us to produce more renewable gases. On top of that, waste management and wastewater management also has lots of potential. So there are regional funds available. There is a Just Transition Fund that is exactly designed, you know that better than me. You were author of a Just Transition principle, but designed to replace fossil fuels with renewables. And now we are discussing that Next Generation EU had a big part of loans against current very high inflation. These loans are becoming more and more attractive. So member states can also use this part of Next Generation EU that 2 years ago was left unused. And altogether, we do believe that there is a scope for around 80% of European households across the EU who potentially could produce renewable energy. Of course, the biggest unused potential is their house's roof. So rooftop solar is the most accessible solution for households how to produce renewable electricity. But in regions where you do have lots of feedstock to produce clean gases, this is also an option. And from our side, we will analyze how we can help these small producers with the access to the bigger grid. So just to conclude, European Commission is putting our consumers and our communities front and center in our work to transition towards cleaner energy, and we do believe that our very ambitious targets will be achievable only if there is a broad sense of ownership, that this is not something that someone far away in North Sea delivers, but everybody sees the benefit. And if we do have more renewables in our energy mix, that means that there will be less euros that we will send away to the fossil fuel producing countries, some of those very problematic. And just to conclude this green gases, there is lots of excitement around hydrogen, and we have made a commitment that we will help Ukraine to rebuild their economy. Right now we are delivering necessary equipment and technical support so that they can just repair the civil infrastructure that Russians are targeting. But when war is over, when Ukraine is controlling their territories, then these pipelines that delivered fossil gas via Ukraine to Europe, we can retrofit them and start transporting green hydrogen that is produced in Ukraine. So this is also one of our future work streams that allows us to replace molecules in industry that will be needed also in decades to come, these clean molecules that are produced with the help of renewables. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner, also for mentioning at the end of your answer Ukraine is a most important challenge in front of us. Thank you for discussion on remote way. We hope that in the future we can meet here in Grodno physically with you, like with your predecessor, Commissioner Miguel Arias Cañete. He visited Grodno twice in his term in office. So for you, it is next, and after next year, only 2 possibilities. We are waiting for you. Thank you very much once again. Thank you. Dziękuję, proszę Państwa, bardzo dziękuję. To było na gorąco.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A very heated discussion, and the Commissioner raised a number of issues pertaining to our discussion that we planned for the further part of our conference. Now let me give the floor to the moderator. Thank you very much. Professor, you're the main moderator. I will never be able to run this discussion better than you. Professor Buzek will stay with us because we will proceed to the next point of our agenda, during which we are going to discuss more about energy self-sufficiency in rural areas. This topic has already been mentioned a couple of times from the national level, from the EU level, the level of the European Parliament and the European Commission, and now it's high time we continue the discussion. Let me invite Professor Jerzy Buzek, the head of our program council and the member of the Committee for Research and Energy. Prime Minister, could you please sit closer to me? You will be able to help me while moderating this process. I keep learning as we go. We're going to have Norbert Link, the President of the Committee for the Energy and the Development of Rural Areas in the European Parliament. Let me invite Narcis Carreras de Roques, the GD4S CO. I hope we have with us Frank Jesus, the advisor for the European climate for the Investment Bank. Gentlemen, we are going to have this discussion in 2 languages, in Polish and in English. So once again, let me remind you, it's possible to use simultaneous interpretation. Channel 1 is Polish, Channel 2, English. So give me a second to put my notes into order, and now we can start discussing energy self-sufficiency in rural areas. Let me mention that the energy sector, climate policy have been associated with huge projects. In Poland, we have the LNG terminal, now Baltic Pipe. We've been discussing nuclear power plants. These are large, centrally organized, centrally orchestrated projects which involve huge effort of the central government, local governments, and EU support. But our discussion focuses on a mega project, but a distributed project which depends on a larger group of people. And this group of people will be decisive whether Polish and European rural areas will finally be self-sufficient in terms of energy. And this is what we are going to discuss. Let me start with preliminary interventions of our panelists, and then we'll proceed to discuss details. The Prime Minister had much time to discuss it. He introduced us. Let me give the floor to Norbert Linz, the chairman of the Agriculture and Rural Development Committee in the European Parliament. Could you please make a brief introduction on how the discussion that the Commissioner referred to continues in your committee, which solutions are discussed, what may appear in the future that will be important for the self-sufficiency in rural areas in Europe.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. Oh, it's difficult.
Working
behind assist, but I need it. I will need it later again. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a honor.
Bezpieczeństwo dostaw też sygnału od tłumacza też jest.
Yes, the signal from the interpreter is also very important in our discussion. We wouldn't make it without the Prime Minister, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm honored to speak about this very important issue on this conference today as a chairman of the Agriculture Committee of the European Parliament. And there it's clear we are facing a lot of challenges, not only the question of energy self-sufficiency, which is the topic for today's conference, but the question on food security as well. And this we have to have always in mind, and we have to balance the discussion there, that we do not make any mistake, or maybe some mistake we made in Germany when it comes to biogas. The question of how to become more energy self-sufficient is not only present in Poland. We have to tackle this question within the European Union that was mentioned before by you, President Buzek, and Commissioner Kadri Simpson. The agriculture sector is a great opportunity to reach our target to be less dependent on fossil fuels. And your question was, what EU regulation should help renewables in the countryside in the EU? And it was mentioned several times before. It's for example, Repower EU as the major proposal from the European Commission. And there we saw three main points, three main directions in which this proposal would like to go. First, the reduction of energy consumption. Second, the generation of clean energy. And third, the diversification of the European energy supply. Therefore, as you can see, this program has many ambitious goals, such as forming new, reliable energy partnerships together with some third countries like Ukraine or the Western Balkan states when it comes to the import of gas and hydrogen. But furthermore, the plan also provides, and it was mentioned several times before, provides investing 300 billion euros for, and partly for the agriculture sector, or it could be an opportunity for the agriculture sector. It is crucial that regional areas will benefit out of this as well. Many aims are mentioned in Repower EU, but the question that arises is how to achieve them. The essential points for me are the following. I agree that the production of biomethane should be extended because it will reduce the use of fossil resources. The problem here is that biomethane is not infinitely disposable. To achieve that goal, we need to agree that we will have to use waste products such as straw and manure, that was mentioned before as well by Commissioner Simpson, to increase the amount of biomass. We cannot only use energy crops. They are part of the solution, but I would say in Germany we did that mistake at the beginning, that this biogas was only based on energy crops and not on waste, not on manure. And so there, I think we should learn from the mistakes we made in earlier time. And so the question is, how do we make sure that we use agriculture areas in a way of, I would say, of a cascading principle? I see a lot of potential in using the so-called marginal lands. For instance, I would say in Poland there are a lot of areas, agriculture areas that cannot, or it's difficult to use them for food production or to use them only for food production. And these marginal lands can be used to grow energy crops or to keep livestock for manure. And by doing so, we have the possibility to increase methane production, and it should be in particular methane production for more gas to fulfill the demand of gas, but as well for the production of electricity. And I would say that this is another opportunity for farmers to diversify their income. This was mentioned by Vice Prime Minister Kowalczyk as well. And I'm of the opinion that public money should be used for subsidies. And this can be done, for example, through the second pillar of our common agriculture policy. There, as you may see, that I agree to use parts of that money in the second pillar of the agriculture policy, but I see no need to do a repackaging of this money on the European level, because I'm of the opinion that this money should stay in the hands of farmers, and there are possibilities to use that money, for example, when farmers are installing, when they are establishing cooperatives, when they are doing more cooperation. And I would prefer that this installation of biodigesters, that they are in the hands of farmers, or partly in the hands of farmers and partly in the hands of the rural areas. This is for me a base to be successful and to be at the end of benefit for rural areas and for the development of rural areas. I will leave it with that. Thank you very much.
Jedno pytanie dodatkowe bym zadał.
I would like to ask one. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask an additional question regarding the distribution or disbursement of funds. The question is about how to distribute these funds so that most of them remain in the rural areas, so that the self-sufficiency also applies to the financial aspects, so that the rural areas and regions can decide what they need. Do we need to change anything in the regulations?
So I would say that when it comes to the common agriculture policy, and in particular the second pillar of the agriculture policy, we need not to change that much. So the system is there on the European level, and member states can decide for which agriculture investments they want to use the money. And there is a possibility to set different priorities, and we saw that in the past, and we see that in the different strategic plans of the member states, that there are different priorities how to use the funds, especially for the agriculture investment programs in the different member states. But when it comes to the rural, to the regional and the structural funds of the European Union, I see that something has to be done, that there is, I would say, not a guarantee, but there are better possibilities for rural areas to participate from the regional and structural funds of the European Union. I'm not an expert there, but I had the feeling, and I see movement within the Parliament, that there is a willingness to change and to repack some of the money there.
Okay. Dziękuję panu bardzo. Przejdziemy teraz do.
Thank you very much for that. We'll now move on to a vision from a less political and less regulatory point of view and more business-oriented point of view. How local communities can transform using biomethane. Narcis Zacarias Roques from GD4S will answer to that question, but please also give us a few words of introduction about your organization and how you get involved in the discussion about the transition in rural areas.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the organization, first of all, and particularly Mr. Buzek for the invitation. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. Just a couple of messages on who we are as GD4S. We are the European Association representing the leading gas distribution companies in 8 countries. No? We are present in Brussels. We represent the interests of our organization in Brussels. And just to give a couple of figures, we represent 35 million gas consumers that are connected to our more than 500,000 kilometers of gas grids going throughout different countries in Europe. So we have the capillarity, the regional capillarity, the rural capillarity, in order to enable the development of biomethane. No? And our vision is really to decarbonize our grid, to decarbonize this more than 500,000 kilometers of network, first with biomethane and later on with hydrogen. No? So I won't add much more things about the moment we live in after the intervention of Madam Commissioner and Mr. Buzek, but it is true that we are in a moment of policy redesign across Europe, and we are setting new priorities. And Madam Commissioner said, REPowerEU for the first time has put biomethane in the center of their priorities. It is a great news that since May, the European Commission has put 35 BCMs of biomethane in the objective for 2030. And this means, in a way, in this rethinking of energy policy throughout Europe, the energy trilemma is back. No? We are discussing security of supply. We had forgotten that security of supply has a cost. We had forgotten about affordability of energy. We had this naive vision of very cheap and unlimited supply of energy immediately. And we were talking about sustainability, but we were mixing up sustainability and electrification. And I think the discussion right now in Europe is that decarbonization is not electrification. No? In this sense, and Madam Commissioner said it this morning, I think we are in the beginning of the age of clean gas, and biomethane is the first step of clean gas. And this means also, within the context of this conference, the self-sufficiency of rural areas in terms of energy needs. So I think, and this is what we defend, and this is our vision, we think biomethane is the next big thing in energy in Europe, because it is the winning alternative that allows different developments that go in the good direction. First of all, it's growth in renewables, produced from various waste, no? Agriculture, manure, water treatment plants, landfill installations. Second, emission reductions. Emission reductions because you decarbonize the gas grid, but emission reductions because you decarbonize the agriculture business, which is a great emitter of greenhouse gases. No? Third, circular economy. These are local resources that are currently waste, and we transform waste from waste to a resource, no? To energy. And you produce also local employment, no? In rural areas, which is something very difficult to do right now in Europe. Fourth, it's a just transition. The network, our gas distribution network, is already there. We don't need to put anything, to build anything new. No? So the message to final consumers is very strong. What we are telling them is, we are helping you to decarbonize your energy use without you needing to invest anything new. No? So this is important. Fifth, energy security. Of course, the potential to displace Russian gas in this case. It's important. 35 BCMs of biomethane represents 20% of the current gas that is normally imported from Russia. So this is good. And six, competitiveness. Today, with the prices of gas now and in the near future, biomethane is very competitive comparing to the current gas. So biomethane is coherent with the energy policy, with the REPowerEU, and the momentum is there. Markets are recognizing this momentum, and let me just a few moments to explain how the rest of Europe is moving this, no? In order for you here to understand the opportunity. In France, they are connecting 2 plants a week in the network. The accumulated power of biomethane installed already and working, operating in France is more than 1 nuclear plant. It's approaching 5% of gas demand in the country, and the objective is to be well beyond 10% in 2030. So France is on track very aggressively, and with an industrial policy, an energy policy, and an agricultural policy that is very aligned to this objective. No? Denmark is already consuming 30% of their gas demand with biomethane, locally produced biomethane. So this is also a story of success. No? Italy has proposed and has approved this summer a package of 4.5 billion to invest and to develop the biomethane market. So this is a very aggressive proposition. Spain, in 9 months, we have come from nothing to having an aggressive roadmap and also regional governments that are accelerating their local plans because at the end, the biomethane development is not a national government strategy only. It's a regional and local government strategy, and this is, we believe, very important. No? And lastly, and this was in the news a few days ago, BP, the oil company, just acquired the largest biomethane producer in the US for 4 billion euros. So the market is moving, and the markets are, the private sector is recognizing the opportunity. What we need, political commitment. We need binding targets. We need objectives concrete. The REPowerEU is a first step, very welcomed. We need a very well-defined and incentivizing regulatory framework, and we need financial support. This is what we need.
W tym momencie dodam 2 pytania.
Let me just add 2 more questions. Questions regarding the potential of biomethane. The 35 billion cubic meters at the EU level sounds very good, whereas in Poland, we've heard about 1.5 billion cubic meters on the political side. From the university side, we heard about 8 billion cubic meters of annual production of biomethane. How do you assess the Polish potential? The second question applies to political decisions. Are you suggesting quotas for renewable gases in the transmission grid, transmission system? Shall we proceed towards this direction?
With regard to the potential of the Polish market, I don't really have the information. I'm not very familiar. But if we compare this market, which is it's a large country, it's an agricultural country, so it is in a way very similar to other large countries of Europe. And getting to between 10 and 20% of local gas demand from biomethane is something that is achievable. You only need to put the right incentives and regulation in place, which comes to your second question. I mean, I don't think we need to build and to invent from zero. I mean, regulation on biomethane already exists. And the example of France, I think, is for me the most important one. So I don't think the difficulty is on designing the right regulation. It is on coordinating the industrial policy, the agricultural policy, and the energy policy together for this objective. This is one thing. And the other thing, which is a very, I would say, clear obstacle in the development of biomethane, is permitting. This is a new way of doing energy, so we need to adapt quickly the permitting, because otherwise it will take forever. And we need to help local governments, because a great part of the permitting for a biomethane project is done locally, at local level, at local and regional level. We need to help these authorities, regional authorities, local authorities, in helping them design and execute permitting processes that are agile and flexible.
A zatem mamy kilka rekomendacji już na tym etapie wypowiedzi.
We've received several recommendations. We know what we could do also in Poland, but also elsewhere in the EU. We need incentives, we need simplified permitting procedures, and financing, for sure. And more about it, we'll hear from the representative of the European Investment Bank. He is the advisor for climate. So let me give the floor to him. Could you please tell us more about funding? Because without funding, we won't be able to implement any investment.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for inviting the EIB. So we're in a time where the energy situation and what we need to do on the energy side goes hand in hand with what we need to do in relation to the environment and the climate goals that we have. And the EIB we define ourselves as the EU Climate Bank. We have a very aggressive goal to increase our lending to climate solutions. And why do I mention this? Because climate solutions are part of the energy solutions, obviously. When we look at energy and energy, including energy sufficiency in the rural areas, there's a number of things that we have funded in the past and that we're ready to continue funding, obviously, because it goes hand in hand with our goals as an EU Climate Bank. So first, I would say, we spoke a lot about renewable energy, but I would first say energy efficiency. That the best way to be self-sufficient is to use less energy. And in rural areas, there's a number of opportunities that that exist and that can be tapped on. Those include reducing energy consumption in agro-food industries, reducing energy consumption from machinery, and if you add those, that's already a big source of energy sufficiency. Then you have renewable energy, and in renewable energy, we spoke about biogas, obviously, but there's also solar and wind energy that is available and can be applied in rural areas. And when we speak about biomass valorization, there's obviously biogas, biomethane, but you can also think about biomass-based cogeneration, pellet production for heating, and obviously, as I said, biogas production or biomethane production from agricultural residues, agro-food industry waste streams, or even the production of advanced biofuels or biomaterial, but that's not necessarily an energy issue. Those biogas and biomethane projects, they're aligned with a number of EU policies have been mentioned, like the Green Deal, replacing fossil-based fossil-based feedstock with renewable-based resources. It's aligned with the EU bioeconomy strategy, relevant for the Repower EU plan, as mentioned. It's aligned also with the Fit for 55 plan. And there's a lot of positive externality, positive benefit that go beyond the production itself. I mentioned, obviously, climate benefits, but there's also local pollutants benefits and water pollution benefits that can accompany that. I don't know if you want me to elaborate on other elements about, beside what we do on energy, I wanted to mention also that the European Investment Bank is also ready, has been supporting Ukraine and is ready to continue supporting Ukraine. This is an important element for the bank. The bank stands with Ukraine since the beginning, and we've devoted a number of funding for that. And this is very close to my heart because my brother-in-law lives in Dnipro, and since Tuesday he doesn't have water and electricity anymore.
Dziękuję bardzo za ten głos też w odniesieniu do Ukrainy.
Thank you very much, and also thank you for mentioning Ukraine. We can all agree that we support our friends who struggle with much larger challenges right behind our eastern border. But after the positive end of this struggle, and we cross our fingers for it, they will join us in building a new way of using energy also in rural areas. Ukraine, once they join the EU, will be an important part of the common agricultural policy and the common energy policy, and the cooperation there will be able to develop even more, not only between Poland and Ukraine, but in general between EU member states and Ukraine. It's worth mentioning that Ukraine is a party to the energy community, a part of the energy and climate policies, and until 2014, the building of this common European policy in this area, which is very much needed in the face of what we observe in the East, started a long time ago with the involvement of the Prime Minister and people contributing to the energy union. And Ukraine has become a part of the electricity and gas markets. Ukraine is there. They are not EU member state, but they are part of the two unions. And we support Ukraine due to our formal obligations and the total support in this very difficult situation. Coming back to domestic and EU regulations, let me give the floor to Professor Jerzy Buzek. I'd like to ask him to briefly refer to Polish regulations, EU regulations as well. Professor, you've mentioned something about it while responding to what the Polish Minister of Agriculture has said. You referred to barriers that we should overcome, and you said that you crossed your fingers for that. Could you please tell us a bit more about this domestic area and the EU area? Thank you very much. This is our major task, the task of all people gathered here in Grodno, as well as the task of those listening to us, because there are quite a number of people who joined us online. We need to create a climate in our country that solutions that we've mentioned become a fact. Today, we've been paying huge price for the negligence of the past. Perhaps we were not energetic enough in the past to expect and to demand such solutions. Let me just mention one example, which is very important. 5 or 6 years ago, here in Grodno, we started the discussion on the prosumer market. We had Commissioner Kaniete with us, a specialist on energy in the European Commission, the previous Commission, and Commissioner Hogan, a specialist on agriculture. And it seemed crucial for us. And we spoke very firmly that we should try and avoid certain mistakes. Unfortunately, we have not started this process in our country. The cleaner program in Poland is very successful, but we have not started supporting such solutions as heat pumps or energy storages. And today we face much problems with the grid. The rules have changed. After 2 years of the operation of this program, rules have changed. The change was justified, but the beginning of the program was not, because it burdened our grid so much that we can hardly find any good solution. So this I would like to mention as the first point. Our colleague from Germany mentioned mistakes made in Germany. They have 11,000 registered biogas plants, 11,000. In Poland, we have perhaps 300 altogether, and perhaps we can have 8 or 10,000. So there is a huge development ahead of us, and the government have declared that they are very much for, as we heard from the Prime Minister. So our obligation of all people gathered in Grodno is to list those weaknesses. And I also heard something like that in the European Parliament. Germans said that when they generated biogas, they usually generated electricity based on that biogas. And the biogas can be stored better than electricity, and the storage of energy through biogas, biomethane in particular, seems to be a better solution. So it's very important that we move along this optimized path regarding biogas plants in the future. You rightly asked about regulations. Together with Ryszard Pawlik, who is with us and who is my main advisor, we are responsible for gas storage in the EU, and we succeeded there because the EU has 92% of gas storages filled with gas. It's the best result ever to have such a level reached in October already. This gives us security for the winter to come. And now we have the hydrogen gas package ahead of us. We plan to introduce hydrogen as the fuel of the future. We need to imagine that in, say, 15 years, we'd like to be active. We'd like to operate on the agri-food market, energy market as well, and we're going to have two sources of energy, two major sources of energy in the EU. Perhaps in the EU rather than in Poland that much. It's going to be electricity from renewables and hydrogen, and perhaps some biomethane, because it's also a renewable fuel. So we're going to have a new market, and it's feasible, because in just 7 or 8 months of the war, the EU reduced the supply of energy from sources from Russia by 2/3, by 70%. So we succeeded with something that was previously unimaginable. So we prepare regulations for the future. And this hydrogen package, there are specific incentives for those generating and producing biomethane, because we're going to define biomethane, its purity. Without a precise definition of biomethane and its level of purity, it will be difficult to inject it to the system, because you can do it without limitations, and it will always be used also in 50 years. Natural gas as a fuel, as a fossil fuel, will be eliminated. We need to provide incentives, reduced taxes, special tariffs. EU funding would be very much welcome. We need to define simplified procedures. There are a number of regulations that we plan to introduce. We would like to promote specific investment. So we need regulations that help those delivering substrates to biomethane plants, so they can have space for such biomethane facilities. They can receive substrate, and in exchange, people can receive heat and very good fertilizer. For agriculture, it's tremendously important that the fertilizer from biomethane plant is well balanced, supports soil, and there are many advantages of such fertilizers. We'd like to regulate these areas to have it harmonized all over the EU. It is because we imagine that our common European market, our single European market that we've been all talking about, is the panaceum in difficult times, and it creates a chance to reduce energy prices, and for farmers it is tremendously important. And let's remember that common purchases that the European Council is now discussing, so we discuss it in parallel to the European Council, gathered in Brussels, all prime ministers and presidents gathered there to discuss it. We would like to reduce the cost of energy and have energy security. And I do not want to elaborate too much.
Let me just ask about the direction, the channel of development of that revolution in rural areas. We have some indications from the state-owned companies who include biomethane plants in their strategies. That's great. But we are talking about distributed self-sufficiency in terms of energy in rural areas. It's not that biomethane plant will be brought by someone else and installed there. It's about developing that by local communities. So how to save this decentralized character of transition and changes? Yes, I have an impression that these companies, state-owned companies in Poland, our Polish companies, they have this objective of carrying out certain analyses for local communities. And they do it in such a way for local cooperatives, whether they are managed by a large energy utility or by the community of local residents. Both these things are strongly supported in the European legislation. In the European legislation, we have included energy communities that can operate and have preferential treatment in terms of permitting access to the grid, both gas and electricity grids. Because this is about coupling the energy production capabilities. Wind turbines, hydro power plants, we have PV, solar, biomethane plants, we need to have heat pumps, we need to have energy storage. Also, in the future, electric vehicles owned by farmers could be charged from their own electricity. So there are some other demands related to transportation. You need to take your kids to school and so on. So all the demands, all the needs, heating, lighting, domestic water, it is all treated about a complete set of tasks, and this is profitable to such local community or cooperative. They can have excess production, and they can export their power or gas or methane to the grid. But it only will happen when we combine and couple of these things. So our large power utilities, I believe they are taking into account those local communities. So it will not be these projects, these large projects built on their own, consisting of those distributed solutions, but those distributed solutions should be initiated by you, by yourselves, by people living in rural areas, by people living in small towns and villages, and local governments. So this decentralization, also in terms of local governments, it was one of your achievements, can happen in terms of energy transition in rural areas. So I'd like to hear a European voice about the energy communities in rural areas from the point of view of farmers. Let me ask the member of the committee dealing with agriculture. How can farmers benefit from such local energy communities, not only for their own, but also for the neighbors, so that they are locally self-sufficient in terms of energy?
So I fully agree what Professor Buzek has just said. From my experience in my country and in my region, this is one of the most important elements to try to take the people in the rural area on board, or to bring them on board when it comes to innovation, when it comes to a change of the use of rural areas, or when it comes to the change of the use of agricultural land. Because in the past, in my region, when there was initiative for biogas installation, often we had initiatives from people from local local government, or initiatives from the citizens which were against this installation, because there is more traffic, there is a need for infrastructure, there are maybe more different emissions and all these things, I would say, from my experience, they have to discuss at the beginning of the process, and we have to try to bring people on board. I give you an example from my region. I have a biogas installation. It's a 3 megawatt installation close to my place, and there we were able to do a cooperation of 24 farmers, and they have this installation in their hands. So they are the owners, and they brought, and with this we were able to bring the people on board, because they saw it is of benefit for their rural area, it is of benefit for the farmers, and they are now, and they were able to diversify their income. So there are farmers, they are just only, or they are a part of the energy production now, but they are still part of the food production. Some of them, they are still livestock farmers, and partly they are energy producers. And I would say, when I look at this example, this was a successful one, and maybe it could be transmitted to Poland.
Jeszcze jedno pytanie dotyczące pewnych...
One more question with regard to the concerns that emerge. I'm not a specialist in agriculture, but I heard some opinions in Poland that rapid development of biogas installations will consume resources that will not be available later on in other areas. So developing agriculture towards production of feedstock for biomass could happen in an unsustainable way that would endanger and threaten local communities. How to respond to such concerns that may actually emerge or appear?
Maybe I have to repeat what I said in my introduction, that we cannot only concentrate on energy crops. So, and this was mentioned several times, manure, waste. So we see a lot of innovation there, a lot of potential there. And I would say it would be a mistake to only concentrate on energy crops. There is a potential, maybe in Poland more than in my country. You have more land available than in Germany, and you have less population, so this means less need for food production than in my country. We have 83 million inhabitants, you have about 40 million inhabitants, so the situation is not, you cannot compare the one with the other, but I would say to be able to avoid a hard competition between food production and energy production, that would be a mistake, and this would create a lot of difficulties and a lot of resistance from people in rural areas. So this means we should have a higher self-sufficiency when it comes to energy production, but we should not have less self-sufficiency when it comes to food security.
Exactly. Dziękuję bardzo. Poprosimy o 2 słowa więcej na ten temat pana Narcisa.
Thank you very much. And could we ask Mr. Narcis de Carras Roques from GD4S? You probably have great analysis with regard to this topic, but also regarding the prospects for energy communities. And it is an additional question. How could we combine biomass with other technologies that will be emerging? We do not want to have a monoculture. We want to have diversification also on this level.
Well, I think, and we have been discussing this in the previous interventions, it is important to differentiate biogas and biomethane, and the importance of this. Historically, I mean, producing biogas was good, and generating electricity with biogas was considered good, although from an energy efficiency point of view, it makes not a lot of sense. But in the moment we are in today, where we want to substitute Russian gas in our grids, it is very important to prioritize absolutely biomethane and to inject in the grids. Because it is the most efficient way of using this locally produced gas, and it is the most radical way to reduce dependence from other fuels. So this is a first point, no? Local communities. This will depend as well on the potential of the biomethane and the origins of this potential. One of the most important things I think any country has to do to unlock this potential is to analyze this potential, to have it clear. No, not all countries have the same potential, no, because of their agricultural matrix, etc. No, so the first thing that a government has to do, and the first thing probably, and this is something that the gas industry we do in these different countries, is to work and to define together with the authorities what is the potential and the source of this potential: agricultural, water treatment plants, landfills, etc. No, then you were asking about how is the future. The future we see is a future of blended gas in the networks. No? Right now we have natural gas, obviously. In the future, we will have increasing mixture with biomethane, which can be perfectly mixed with natural gas, because it is the same methane, almost the same.
Not like with hydrogen. Right?
Exactly. Hydrogen is different. But we see also in the near future a mixture of reduced percentages of hydrogen, of being this green hydrogen or gray hydrogen, but it is interesting maybe to start testing the networks and to understand towards with mixture of hydrogen these networks can accept. Currently, and we are also present in some European associations like Ready for H2. Currently, I would say that 95% of gas distribution networks in Europe are ready to absorb between 10 and 20% of hydrogen mixture within the networks without affecting anything. And this is important, no? Because it's an additional way of diversifying.
Thank you very much. Dziękuję bardzo. Zostaję przy języku.
Thank you very much. I'll stick to Polish for now. That's the regime here, that I keep speaking Polish. Sorry for some interventions in English. But we have a heated discussion. And it is an important discussion indeed. So let me come back to money. And let me come back to the European Investment Bank and certain advice or hints that you can give to our viewers on the internet in Poland and in Europe. Viewers who want to develop such solutions, biomass, biomethane, biogas, but not only this. they want to develop such installations using EU funds. What would you advise to farmers who, after this meeting, would say, okay, it's a good idea for me? How would European funds from the EIB and from outside the EIB could help them?
Thank you for the question. So, first, because I mentioned energy efficiency earlier, I wanted to give a few examples that I think could be relevant in Poland on energy efficiency. One is a project that we funded not too long ago in France with a sugar production company. With this sugar company, what it is help them modify the boiler that they were using to have a boiler based on less emitting, so a more renewable source of energy, improve the energy efficiency of their process, and we also funded some research and development on their case to go even further. Another example on energy efficiency is a company working on building machinery in France, tractors and other type of machineries. I understand that you have a good company in Poland, Zitor, I think, building tractors. So that French company, we funded them to develop more efficient machinery, more efficient tractors, and more efficient other elements that go behind the tractor. And this is also something you could think in Poland. Now, going back to biogas, if you look at biogas in a funding perspective, first, you cannot do two small biogas solutions because the cost of investment will not afford you to get some benefit from it. For very big biogas or biomethane solutions, you can go for a direct loan with the EIB. But for intermediate, and there's a lot of intermediate solutions that are in between. They are not too small, but they are not so big that they can go directly to the bank for funding. Then the solutions that we've developed in the EIB is either to go through what we call intermediated banking. That means that we go through another banker that is closer to those people developing the projects. So we had one a few years ago in France with young farmers that dedicated a window to biogas of 15%. And also you can go to dedicated fund that could also be local. We had one again in France. My colleague mentioned France has developed very aggressively biomethane. It was called the Eiffel Biogas Fund. And that fund was also dedicated this time 100% to biogas development. So those are solutions that us, the EIB, we are an investment bank. So generally speaking, we go to big investments. So small biogas solutions at farmer level where it's difficult for us to fund them. But if we go through intermediate funding with a bank, local bank, or a financial institution in Poland that we want to have a dedicated window to biogas, this is something possible, also through a specific fund. Another point I wanted to mention is that sometimes developing those solutions to transition to a more green or less CO2-based solution can be tricky, okay? And there is a fund that was developed jointly by the Commission and the EIB. It's called Target. Technical assistance for regions undergoing green transition. And if I'm not mistaken, in Poland you have 6 regions that have been selected under this fund. Mm-hmm. And this fund can help promoters, clients, the people who want to develop solutions, be supported for project identification and project preparation so that you have a product proposal at the end that is acceptable or more likely to be acceptable for a bank like the EIB.
Dziękuję bardzo. I głos z Niemiec.
Very much, and the contribution from Germany.
Maybe you would call that a phrase, but I would recommend you not to go too small and not to go too big, because when it comes to the substrate, when it comes to the energy crops, when it comes to the waste, when it comes to the manure, the question of transport is a very important thing. And then when at the end it would be the case that there is substrate coming from 100 or even 200 kilometers, then you will see, or maybe it's different in Poland than in Germany, but there is a lot of criticism the longer the way of transport is for the different installation. Yeah? So this is really a question. I fully understand that the EIB is calling for bigger project, because they are that the refinancing of that is better than smaller ones. Yeah? But it's always to keep the people on board. Yeah? And there in my country, we have some criticism with the large ones, with the bigger ones.
Profesor Buzek, potem znowu Bank Centralny.
So over to Professor Buzek and then to EIB. Let me speak Polish, as we agreed at the beginning. These are important things. We've been discussing the right path to be selected if we want to develop biogas plants. It's important that we have many people connected online during this discussion. There are different opportunities in different parts of Poland to have the actual substrate delivered to such biogas plants. We talked about food safety. The use of the substrate cannot threaten the supply of food. In different parts of our country, our discussion is followed by heads of villages like Mr. Weniarowski. And he told me that they are very much interested, in the idea to introduce it as quickly as possible. But there is one more issue we have not mentioned, namely technologies that can be used to transform waste into biogas, into biomethane. They are not the same. We should remember that that in the European continent, we once had to develop biofuels. And in fact, it was ethanol. And biofuel turned out to be a complete failure, because while producing spirit, ethanol, we basically heated rectifying columns with natural gas or coal. So we produce low-emission fuel, but for the production of this low-emission fuel, we generated huge emissions from fossil fuels. When you calculated all this, it turned out that we should withdraw from this first generation of biofuels. So the first generation biofuels, perhaps the third or the fourth generation. The same applies to biomethane plants. They also have second, third, and fourth generations. There are different purity levels and efficiency achieved by specific technologies. So we should also mention technologies. This will have its impact on food security, financing. There are specialists in Europe, most probably also in Poland. There might be excellent specialists in Poland, and we should do it in a very responsible manner. Thank you very much. And now to the European Investment Bank and GD4S later on.
Just to come back to the previous point, I agree completely with my colleague that don't go too big. Don't misinterpret what I was saying. I was saying, and in fact, most of the biogas, or if not all the biogas projects that we've funded are intermediate size. So not too small because it's not worth it, but they're not too big. And there is another risk to being too big. Beside the transport and the annoyance that transport of feedstock can generate, is that if you're too big with biogas, then you have a feedstock risk. You have, and this is something we look at very strongly at the EIB. If your feedstock supply is not secured, then what do you do when you don't have enough? And when you don't have enough, the problem is that you may risk going to sources, energy crops or other, that will compete with food objectives, and that we don't want to do. So just that to mention that, yeah, I mean, I agree completely with what you were saying about size.
I teraz czas na technologię GD4S.
Yeah, just to comment on Professor Buzek's message on technology. I would say that we don't have technological risk in the production of biomethane right now. It is a very well-known technology. I don't know, and I have not seen any technical issue, any technical complication. And we've seen, for example, the development of an installation of biomethane plants in France, 2-3 a week. I mean, this is very well-known technology. Hydrogen is another thing. I think hydrogen has very well-known technological issues and competitiveness issues. And with regard to the comments on the size of projects, it's very important to find the balance between large and small projects. No? Large projects in terms of biomethane, the logistics of waste are very complicated and very expensive. No? So that's where the gas networks enter into bringing and to allowing the development, because the idea is to connect all these medium-sized projects with the network. And with respect to funding, and we've been discussing this, just an example of one thing that we have done in Spain, and that was announced by the government of Valencia, but the regional government of Valencia just a couple of weeks ago. It's the first regional green gasification project in Valencia. There is a waste problem in Valencia derived from the rice production. No, Valencia is a very well-known area of rice production, and the waste, it's a problem. So around this waste, the government of Valencia has announced a very large-scale project with European funds that cover 50% of the investment in the networks and in the projects, local funds, regional funds by the government, and the rest, 25% of the funds, is provided by gas distribution companies. All this in order to reduce the cost of interconnection for the biomethane producers and to allow for them to have profitable projects.
I wracamy do pana profesora.
Ja się zgadzam w 100% z panem Narcis de...
I fully agree with Mr. Narcis Carreras de Roques. There is no such technological risk as the risk I've mentioned of the first generation fuel, which turned out to be a failure. But there is another problem that we need to remember, and I hope you agree with me. There's different purity levels of biomethane depending on technology used, depending on the substrate. From the point of view of the user, it's not that important, but from the point of view of allowing such gas to the system, it can be important. We want our biomethane to be allowed to be transmitted through the system, through the network. I agree with you that there is no risk regarding the technology as with the first generation fuel. I just gave it as a drastic example, and we need to take into account the purity of that gas if we want to inject biomethane into the network. Otherwise, the purity is not that important.
It's taken care of by the distribution companies, because the injection module and we, before injecting this in our grids, which is our responsibility, we clean the gas and we upgrade the gas, because biogas production, the level of methane is not coherent with the level of methane we have in our grids. No? So we need to clean that gas, we need to upgrade this gas to equalize the methane levels, and then we can inject directly in our grids. This is also no problem. It's us distribution companies that will do this thing.
Szanowni Państwo, to była ciekawa...
Ladies and gentlemen, it was a very interesting cross-section discussion, wide discussion, but we would like to invite you. I can see some people interested in taking the floor from the audience. Could you please approach the center of the room, closer to the stage, and I will approach you with a microphone. So those who would like to take the floor, please come over here. Perhaps 2 or 3 people will be allowed to take the floor. Please introduce yourself, and you can ask. Jerzy Kwiatowska, the Polish Federation of Potatoes. There's one major question, Professor. Do we have renewable energy? Do we deal with renewable? Is it a philosophical question? No, it's not philosophical, because we need to emit CO2 to produce, for instance, a wind turbine. When it comes to biomethane, in 2014, close to Piaszczyna, near Miastko, we had a spirit plant, and we built a 2-megawatt boiler. The distillery does not have to be fueled with coal. In Łany Wielkie, close to where you live, Professor, a project was developed. We can generate 6,000 liters of spirit, for instance, from the potato. We also have a semi-industrial scale successful projects, and we can generate 28 liters of spirit from the crop and from cellulose. When it comes to opportunities for the development of Polish rural areas, it's much favorable to combust biomass. We can have much larger economic effects. We also built a prototype solution based on scrapped airplane engines. There are such engines available in Polish aviation companies, and this is the cheapest megawatt in the world because it does not involve the water and steam system. In order to make the progress, we need to have this own input into it, and the opportunity for the development of Polish rural areas lies in hybrid technological networks with renewable sources of energy, such as biomass, and the utilization of heat, like 2.5 megawatts of electricity, for instance, in Karczewo, near Warsaw, and 6 megawatts of heat that we can connect to the coal-fired power plant. We need a financial support to develop technological systems based on renewable energy sources. This would be my request, and it's very important. And let's move to another question. Please introduce yourself. Karol Bujotczek. I'd like to ask you about the following thing. There are 11,000 biogas plants in Germany, but they would not be created if there was no legal guarantee for their operation, collection of electricity, and the price for that energy. We know that in Poland, in recent years, systems and the attitude of politicians to renewables have changed. We had very well prosumer solution developed but the change of regulations stopped that. What is the best model for the financing of biogas plants? So on the one hand, many potential investors can utilize the funding, that they have the durability of their investment secured for many years to come, because they cannot do just anything with electricity and gas that they have. And at the same time, such investment should be interesting enough. So with high volatility on the energy market, they could have prospects to succeed. Whom would you like to ask? I'd like to ask people responsible for finance and the representative of the European Parliament. And one more comment. Franciszek Nowakowski, the Agricultural Association or Society. I represent a large farm, several thousand hectares, and we account for 3% of arable land in Poland. From 2007, we've been interested in the topic. We visited various locations in Europe and not only, and we can confirm comments made by the representative from Germany regarding biogas plants in Germany. There we could see very good elements that contributed to the development of large number of biogas plants, state guarantees, and certainty of the process to continue. So this would be also our request, and I would like to say this to Professor Buzek. We'd like to ask the Polish government to secure this long life support of the government. At the moment, we'd like to thank for such a conference held, because they are very important to build common knowledge. I've been responsible for 1,000 hectare farm. I developed a 0.5 megawatt biogas plant, and I use manure from 1,000 pieces of cattle. And I would like to develop a methane plant of 0.5 megawatt to generate methane for tractors, but also for neighboring farmers. There's going to be a fuel station developed, and we've considered the third model in cooperation with the Natural Science University, with Professor Pilarski taking the lead. We would like to develop a hydrogen plant. This project proposal is highly developed. Poland has developed much. We need just support of the European Union. And on the part of the Polish Prime Minister and the organization headed by Mr. Balasz. We'd like to strengthen the substrate industry. The potential can be seen already in France and in Germany. We generate in Poland 9 million tons of the waste, and we can generate large volumes of gas. When we analyze that with the assistance of researchers from the university, we could replace half of the generation from the Bełchatów power plant, the conventional plant, with this potential. So this technology introduced in Europe and in Poland will make a major change in the philosophy of Polish farming. And if the Prime Minister Buzek allows us, we, as our organization, are at your disposal with our knowledge. And on the 14th of November, I'm planning to organize a meeting close to Poznań, and the main topic of that meeting will be to discuss the use of large farms for the generation of renewable energy. Thank you very much. We understand we are invited there. So the support for biomethane, the first question to Professor. I'm sure you jotted that down. Someone said about the support for the stability of regulations. And the fourth comment or question, please introduce yourself. Paweł Kuroczycki, Poradnik Rolniczy Monthly Magazine. Both in Repower EU and in our discussion, we referred to biogas plants that are there to generate gas to replace supplies from Russia. On the other hand, the European Union, in Green Deal and Fit for 55, has been trying to reduce animal production. Of course, cows are worse than coal, and they will provide the substrate, such as manure, to biogas plants. Without it, it's not possible to generate biogas. What the European Union is going to do with this contradiction? So very specific questions. Let's start with individual answers. A question to Professor Buzek, then Mr. Linz, and then to this group question. Thank you very much for your questions. We're going to have another panel today, and there we will be able to discuss details. My apologies for this remark. We won't be able to tell you everything right now, but if in a distillery we use to produce 95% ethanol spirit, if we use the renewable fuels, then the distillery is just super. Because so far we've been using coal, natural gas, and or oil. And we heat our distilleries using fossil fuels. If we do the same using renewable fuels, we have nothing against to have these first-generation fuels used, because they will be produced without much emission. You're right. There is no energy that can be called 100% renewable, but because in order to produce wind turbine, we need to produce steel, cement, and all these type of productions generate emission. But if we calculate a balance of 30 or 40 years of the operation of the turbine, then electricity generated is more renewable than natural gas or coal. This is the main concern. The interpreter is very sorry, but if the speaker does not use a microphone, interpreters are not able to interpret.
Na to
Tłumacze
też
nie
jest
słyszą.
odpowiedź.
Nie możemy bez mikrofonu.
Well, the answer is we are in the transitional period. We have the capacity market, and we keep coal-fired plants as a backup, so that we have enough power generation capacity in peak hours. On the 23rd of September, there was such a situation. There was a case of using that reserve capacity. We will have a panel devoted to that in 15 minutes, so we'll come back to that topic. So in 15 years from now, we will not need that. We need it right now. That's one thing. But one sentence for each topic. Guarantees and stability of the legislation are absolutely key, because both investors and farmers need to have the certainty. I fully agree. And we need to demand that from the Polish government. That is why we are being followed by thousands of people. And we need to demand that. We need to demand for the law to be stable, to be wise, and not to be changed every 6 months. Over to our MEP with regard to whether cows are worse than coal.
So I would like to answer on both questions, the regulatory framework and what has to be done by a government, by the Polish or by any government in the European Union, but on the other hand, on the question of cattle or on the question of animals. So I would recommend the European Commission to be coherent with the policy. So there are always that we have different objectives. On the one hand, we are here to promote biomethane, on the one hand, and then on the other hand, we have the objective to have as much as possible food production within the European Union to guarantee food production, and not only food security and food production, but it has to be done on a sustainable way. And some of commissioners and some in the commission are of the opinion for that we need a lot less of animals. And I have a different view on that. Because I think for the functioning of the agriculture system, you need animals. When it comes to the question of circular economy, there we need animals as well to guarantee circular economy. When it comes to fertilizer, we have now shortages of fertilizers within the European Union. We are all know that we are dependent, or we were dependent on fertilizer from Belarus, from Russia, from other parts of the world. But one, not the only solution, but one solution is to have fertilizers produced on the base of manure, for example. So you cannot, in my view, you cannot be sustainable in the future when you would like to do it without animals, or when you would like it to do it with the half of the animals we have now. So there are some ideas around with my German government as well, to halve the animals in Germany within 10 years. So I have a different opinion on that. I would say maybe for some it's a provocation that this would be not sustainable anymore. Even when it comes to biodiversity, for biodiversity you need animals on grassland to use the grassland as sustainable as possible. So, and on the other hand, on the other question on the regulatory framework, I don't want to go that much in details. I think in Germany we did something well, so that there was certainty for the farmers. But on the other hand, I think we did not well. We did not everything well in the past. So to give a guarantee for 20 years, this has led to a lack of innovation sometimes within the installation, because the longer the guarantee you have, the more you have the certainty, and maybe the less you are going or looking for innovation. And we have to keep in mind, 20 years ago, the market situation was totally different than today. So to have a market for renewable and for biogas that time, there was only a possibility to establish that with a strong regulatory framework from the government. And I would say when we see the prices now on the market, the gas prices and the electricity prices, I would say the market situation is different than at that time. So a good regulatory framework is needed, but I would not say it's only you need only to copy the German legislation.
Dziękuję bardzo i 2 głosy jeszcze z banku oraz GC.
Thank you very much. So 2 more answers from the bank and from GD4S.
Incentives. At the end, what we need to do is to help promoters of biomethane plants to reduce their capital costs and to increase their income. No? The capital cost of a biomethane plant is almost half of the capital cost is the interconnection to the grid. And the other part, another important part, is the equipment. The rest is operating and maintenance cost. The income is selling gas, but we have not talked about one thing that is very important. If the European Union is more aggressive into establishing binding targets, which is certificates of the warranties of origin scheme, because this creates a byproduct, an income byproduct by the biomethane producers, which is in a way a green certificate of biomethane that can be tradable tradable in markets. This exists already in some countries. For example, in Spain, we are establishing this framework in the next 5 months. And this will, at the end, the biomethane producer will sell gas, sell green certificates, and sell, obviously, its waste. So it will have three ways of income. No? The idea for public money is to help them reduce the capital cost. And the regulation has also to help reduce capital costs by sharing some of these interconnection costs with the gas distribution companies within the gas regulation. That's the idea at the end, no? And this is the way to do it.
A zatem bardzo ciekawy przykład, tym razem hiszpański.
So I think it was a very interesting example from Spain. And now over to the representative of the European Investment Bank.
Thank you. So two elements of response. One is related to manure. If you have a lot of manure and it's a waste, it's a good idea to use it to produce biomethane or biogas. But if you want to produce biomethane and you're looking at different resources, manure is not necessarily the best resource to use to produce biogas. I mean, in terms of quantity to producing methane, it's not necessarily very good. So that was a technical comment. Now on the incentives, I mean, we are the EIB, we are an investment bank, we don't decide on the incentives. The incentives are decided by the governments, okay? What we do is we look at those projects in a very favorable way because they are participating to our goals to increase our financing to climate solutions, and therefore we like those projects. But we will be looking at their benefit to society and their profitability, and the profitability will be defined by the policies that governments put in place. And the reasons why you have a strong development, you had a strong development in Germany, and you have had recently a strong development in France, and you will probably have one in Spain, is because the policies of the government have led to that development. And it's the same for the other renewable. You wouldn't have had such development of photovoltaic or wind farms in Europe if you hadn't had public policies. Now, we accompany that movement through financing, and we have good interest rate for financing those, and we like those projects, but we don't decide on the policies, just to make the clarification.
Okej. Myślę, że przeszliśmy bardzo szeroko przez ten temat i możemy...
I think we have broadly discussed this topic, and we can continue that. But first, a round of applause for our panelists, and then we could shift our discussion to backstage. We have a coffee break until 12:45, so we will have some time for continued discussions during the break. Thank you.
Chyba powoli już możemy zaczynać. Drodzy Państwo, dzień dobry. Ja nazywam się Michał Perzyński, jestem dziennikarzem portalu biznesalert.pl i będę miał przyjemność poprowadzić dla Państwa panel doświadczenia w zakresie...
Have the pleasure to moderate this panel on experiences in renewable projects in rural areas. My name is Michał Perzyński from biznesalert.pl. In the previous panel, we had a European and international perspective on this matter. But during this panel, I would like to discuss about the point of view of Polish entrepreneurs, but not only entrepreneurs, also institutions dealing with support of agriculture in our country, but also with a certain European perspective. So without further ado, because we started a bit late, let me invite our panelists to join us here on stage. I'd like to ask you for a bit of applause. So first, Mateusz Balcerowicz, who is director at Department for Innovation at KOWR, at the Agricultural Support Center. Grzegorz Brodziak, CEO of Good Valley. Applause. Mr. Marcin Laskowski, CEO of PGB Investment. Ryszard Pawlik, who is parliamentary advisor to the member of the European Parliament, Mr. Jerzy Buzek. And last but not least, Mr. Wojciech Suwik, who is a regional sales director at SLU. Ladies and gentlemen, as I've previously said, we would like to discuss and exchange experiences with regard to investments in renewable projects in rural areas. We'll talk about biogas. We'll talk about how Polish companies in and around the agricultural sector are implementing these solutions. And my first question goes to Mr. Ryszard Pawlik. In the previous panel, in the discussion between Professor Buzek and Ms. Kadri Simpson, we had a bit of a European perspective from Brussels, and there was a lot of discussion about energy projects and support schemes for the energy sector. But I would like to ask you about the current perception of the agricultural policy by the European Commission. I have an impression that in the recent months and years we are talking a lot about the energy policy, but what about the agricultural policy? What's your take on that? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you for the question. I think that we heard part of the answers to this question sort of distributed across the previous panel, but I would try to sum them up and to present three key priorities or three challenges that the European Commission is currently trying to face. I think the first and foremost is preventing a food crisis and strengthening the resilience of food supply systems and ensuring short, mid, and long-term food supply security. I think that with what happened after the 24th of February this year and the barbaric invasion about Ukraine, well, we still have to talk about security of food supplies. Well, those targets or objectives were always there, but they were very general and sort of by default. We thought that if we do everything as we should, these objectives will always be met. But from a general objective, it has changed into an important priority right here and right now. We can see that this security can be threatened, maybe if not in the short term, perhaps in mid or long term. that we have to take care of that we have to face this challenge and treat it as a task to be done. And the relationships between the agricultural policy and the energy policy are much closer and shorter and stricter than we might think. It was mentioned during the discussion about fertilizers, and I'll come back to that, or the general discussion about energy prices that we are all facing. So it's the first thing. The energy security is one thing, but it is connected with challenge number 2, which is the preparation for the new agricultural policy for the years 2023-2027. It was already mentioned as well, 270 billion euros, perhaps a very rare case when delays may become beneficial, may turn out to be beneficial, because the long-term multi-year perspective started in 2021, but there were some delays with regard to the CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy, and the agreement about the new CAP scheme for the next financial period was achieved last year. And the member states earlier this year were supposed to present their national strategic plans to the European Commission, planning how this money will be spent. And the Commission had the time until mid-May for the first review and further negotiations and approval of these plans. But in the meantime, the war in Ukraine started, and we understood that food supply security concerns may be more serious than we might have thought even last year. And Commissioner Jan Wojciechowski also said that member states and the European Commission are trying to verify these plans with regard to ensuring the security of food supply. For example, supporting the so-called precise farming or promoting reasonable use of mineral fertilizers, promoting alternative natural fertilizers. And this verification is ongoing. And it's good news that Poland is one of countries, apart from Portugal, France, Ireland, Denmark, and Finland, is one of the countries with an approved strategic plan approved by the European Commission. It is an interesting example that if we do something in a good way and in accordance to the rules, no one is blocking anything, and we can be at the forefront. We can be one of the leaders. And the third thing, I might discuss that in the further part of our discussion, is the issue of fertilizers, of course. Exactly 2 weeks ago, on Thursday, at a plenary session in Strasbourg, there was a debate with Commissioner Wojciechowski on this topic. More than 10 months ago, it would be an exotic topic for a plenary discussion, not at the committee, but at the plenary session. But it appears that it's one of the key topics directly related to gas prices. As we know, fertilizer prices have risen by 150% over the last year. This is mostly related to what is happening in the gas market. And it's also worth emphasizing, as Ms. Simpson has mentioned, the crisis on the gas market and the energy crunch is caused by the war in Ukraine, but it's yes and no. The crisis in the gas market started in late summer last year when Gazprom started to empty its gas storage facilities in Europe in order to increase the prices, and this has spilled over to the entire market. Then there were mysterious events around Nord Stream 1. So the fertilizers, as a result, are so expensive that the farmers do not want to buy it. So 70% of production of ammonia-based fertilizers is brought to a halt in the European Union. Let me ask you, you mentioned the official policy of the European Union, but I would like to use this opportunity of you knowing the corridors of Brussels, of power in Brussels very well. What about the backstage discussions in Brussels about the energy crunch in rural areas? What does it look like? On the one hand, there is awareness of the fact that farmers, as all consumers and all citizens, small entrepreneurs and energy-intensive companies, are facing radically horrendous prices of energy. This is one issue, but the other issue is that there is a problem with availability and prices of fertilizers. And this, on the one hand, translates into the fertilizer industry, because perhaps in the long term, these factories will be shut down or transferred somewhere else. So it is a matter of economic growth and jobs in Europe. But on the other hand, it makes us even more dependent on imports. Anyway, we import 60% of phosphorus-based fertilizers from Russia and from Belarus. So it doesn't increase our strategic resilience in any way. Resilience that we have been discussing since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. We've been discussing it as an overarching objective in our longer-term activities. And on the third hand, it's worth emphasizing. Why are we talking about that, and why are we talking about self-sufficiency of rural areas, and we are not talking about self-sufficiency, energy self-sufficiency of cities and towns? It is much more difficult to achieve self-sufficiency of cities and towns. But for rural areas, self-sufficiency with adequate regulatory framework, incentives, and awareness building among farmers, apart from all the climate targets, it will simply make sense for them in financial terms. And farmers are very pragmatic people, pragmatically thinking people. And perhaps this is the argument that is the easiest one to use with them. So this is the largest potential where we can carry out the energy transition. We understand after the start of the war that we need to accelerate the energy transition rather than slowing it down. This is a huge potential. There are huge challenges as well, but these opportunities and the low-hanging fruits are there. They are there in rural areas. So, thank you very much for this point of view from Brussels. Mr. Ryszard Pawlik is one of the best people to talk to about the topics of European policy. But now let me move on to the domestic area. And the next question goes to Mr. Marcin Laskowski from BGP Investment. In the previous panel, a lot of attention has been paid to biogas. But this was more from a political perspective. Let me ask someone who's making money on that right here, right now. What about investments in biogas in Poland compared to other EU countries, from your perspective?
Thank you very much for the question. A lot has been said today about biogas and biomethane. But in a nutshell, I would say the following. Poland has a major potential regarding the availability of substrate. According to the Natural Science University of Poznań, Poland has the annual potential of 150 million tons of substrate, which can be used to produce biogas. We can generate roughly 13 to 15 billion cubic meters of biogas per year. Poland's consumption of natural gas at the moment is 18 billion cubic meters. Therefore, we do have a tremendous potential, but unfortunately, I'm very sad to say that we have not been utilizing that potential. Just as Mr. Buzek mentioned, right behind our western border in Germany, there are 11,000 biogas plants, and they are capable of generating electricity using biogas. They can produce biomethane. And in Poland, we have 130 biogas plants generating 350 million cubic meters of biogas. So considering the potential that we have and what we produce, It's just a small percentage or a fraction of a percentage. If we still have such a large space which is not utilized regarding biogas and biomethane, the previous panel focused much on solutions that can be introduced to facilitate and expedite the development of this sector in Poland. What is the situation from the point of view of business? What regulations would you like to see to expedite the development? I would like to take a broader view on biogas plants. A biogas installation, it's an excellent installation to utilize biodegradable waste, and in the food and agri-industry, there are large volumes of waste that the biogas plant can utilize and produce biogas. This is an advantage from the point of view of environmental conservation and waste management. The generation of biogas itself, thanks to biogas, we are able to generate ecological electricity and heat. If we consider 1 megawatt installation, generating 1 megawatt of electricity, they produce 1 megawatt of ecological heat that we're able to utilize for own purposes internally, but we're able to provide heat to several hundred of households. And the last product is the final fermentation product, which can be an excellent fertilizer. It can be used for upgrading soil, and such a standard 1 megawatt biogas plant can provide 1,000 hectares with fertilizers, which can be an excellent substitute for very expensive mineral fertilizers that have already been mentioned by the previous speaker. I just disregard the issue of biomethane, but you can purify biogas and you can actually produce clean biomethane. But if we analyze all these elements together, each one of them needs to be regulated, or regulations that are already in place need to be improved. We've discussed the substrate volume. Today, biogas plants need to comply with the rigorous law on waste, which is not dedicated to biodegradable waste, and this is a major barrier to use waste substrate or waste-based substrate that can be utilized and converted into biogas. There we need some support and legislative changes to be able to utilize larger volumes of such waste. As regards electricity and heat, today's level of reference prices, considering their increase by 15% recently, according to recent figures published, do not cover the increase in the price of building materials and services due to COVID, not mentioning the Ukraine crisis. So for the business to be feasible, we need to take care that the regulated prices are at the level to support that business. Yet another component is heat. Heat is not fully utilized at the moment. We've been discussing this issue with various institutions. We've been discussing this with the Ministry of Climate, for instance, in order to create a program of local heat distribution pipelines that could feed with heat small towns and provide heat, considering the energy crisis. At the moment, we can different biogas plants can deliver heat to companies, organizations, to the social care homes, as it is done in this region, and we're able to transmit heat on larger distances, but for that we need a support scheme that will enable local governments to develop such district heating systems. And the fermentation waste, which is at the moment classified as a byproduct. Legal regulations regarding digestate should expedite the process of permitting and to assign the status of a natural fertilizer to such a substance as a substitute to mineral fertilizers for farmers. This was the view of business. Mr. Marcin Lajkowski told us about the current situation and limitations there. Now let me ask Mateusz Balcerowicz from the National Agriculture Support Center, what is the situation in your view? What is the major barrier at the moment regarding the development of agricultural biogas and renewable energy sources in rural areas? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Prime Minister, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Before I respond to the question, let me explain where I'm from, because within this center of the support for the support of agriculture, I play a dual function. We are the market regulator, and all agricultural biogas plants are in the register of agricultural biogas producers. There are fewer producers but more biogas plants. One producer can operate several installations. At the moment, we have 138 installations, large installations in Poland. These figures do not include small installations, and every 6 months we update the list, the register. So early this year it was 35 such local installations. Another piece of information is the following. The law on the center to support renewable energy sources in agriculture. This is the statutory task imposed on us. We take a broader view. That's why I'm present here. So we play this dual role. Some people can say that it's the conflict of interest, that we regulate the market and we support market. But from our point of view, we draw conclusions as a regulator, and we provide for the support of to develop the market. According to our knowledge and practice, while cooperating with producers of biogas, it might be something that has not been voiced that firmly here, namely the so-called surrounding. Every biogas plant operates within a local community, and they need to enjoy the support of the local community to start its operation, to continue that operation, and to be involved in the corporate social responsibility. Frequently, it happens that local interest groups aim at preventing a biogas installation to be built. Quite recently, I read an interview with the head of one of communes in Poland, and his major achievement was that he blocked the development of an agricultural biogas plant. But at the end of this interview, I read that it was a former head of the commune. So perhaps you don't have to convince everyone that it's an ideal solution, but while promoting renewable energy sources, in particular agricultural biogas plants, we try to disentangle certain myths, so local governments, local leaders can be convinced that such installations should be built, and if not, then they should know why. So it's a question of mentality change and introducing local interest groups. This is very important. Yet another topic raised may be trivial, but very often it is a barrier. This is the odor nuisance of such installations, and we also try to disentangle this myth as the market regulator. A well-managed biogas plant does not produce such nuisance. If there are odors produced, probably the operation of the biogas plant is not managed properly, but it's not necessarily the biogas plant itself, but maybe a yard which is used as a storage for the substrate or the digestate. And then you need to consider whether this same substrate or the same digestate has a different form, it would smell badly. Probably yes, or even more, and we need to remember about that. I'm not going to mention what has already been said. There are, of course, administrative barriers, different interpretations of regulations, and we, as the market regulator, try to agree our position with the Minister for the Development of Rural Areas and the Minister of Climate and Environment. These are the two crucial ministries regarding waste. A practice which is accepted on the market and that we use together with the producers of agricultural biogas, if you do not know whether you can use such a substrate, you should apply to us. We will provide interpretation, but later on, if any governmental bodies produces a contradictory interpretation, we do not impose any consequences. We give time to such a business, such an installation, to adjust to the new situation. This is tremendously important because this is one of 3 examples listed in the Renewables Act that we are able to stop a business operation. I'm not going to refer to changes in the regulations because regulations change for 3 reasons in our opinion. They change because of European requirements, and these requirements also change. They change because of domestic requirements, and thirdly, because of the practice. If someone applies regulations and in their own practice they conclude or they apply for interpretation, that they try to build a group of interest to change certain regulations. So these frequent changes of the law, because the Renewables Act changed over 30 times. So these are the 3 main sources of changes in the law. And perhaps one more thing, financial instruments. Yes, we can see the need to make them stable at the current electricity prices or heat prices. Such financial instruments will be needed longer term. According to our practice, large companies capable of building large capacity installations, mid-size installations such as 1 megawatt, can also match the cost and income, but also those smaller biogas plants up to 50, 0.5 megawatts. They apply for funding to banks, and when their business plan is robust enough, it's possible to obtain such funding. This, however, does not change the fact that the economic balance need to include some sort of support. Thank you very much. We've heard about problems for the development of biogas from the point of the national center and the development of rural areas. I'd like to ask Mr. Sowick from Soleo, which is linked to BAK, and to Konin, which is my birthplace. From your point of view, what is the investment in renewables in rural areas from the point of view of your company? Does it move forward as you would expect, as you wish, or in certain areas there are certain drawbacks?
Na wstępie bardzo dziękuję za...
Thank you. Thank you, and I would like to thank you very much for inviting me. Good afternoon, everyone. Development of renewables in rural areas. How should I put it? It is easier for me to talk about that because we are a PV arm of Polsat Plus Group, and we operate under vision of PAK. We are moving away from fossil fuels and we are shifting towards distributed energy and renewables. And within our company, we have a number of departments. We are dealing with distributed energy under the RES Act. We deal with micro installations, but we also deal and implement large-scale projects. And it is easier for us to talk about renewables development in rural areas is because we are practitioners. We have hundreds of discussions every day with farmers in their own environment, both with regard to micro installations and large projects that are being developed. And I would like to agree with the previous statement. Private sector, we treat farmers as SMEs, generators. And today, energy producers, energy generators have a huge problem. We are talking about freezing energy prices, such a draft was tabled last Friday. But if we take 760 zlotys and transmission and the minimum margin of a seller, we have energy price of over 1,000 zlotys. And it is a huge increase over a period of less than a year. Of course, the war in Ukraine, fossil fuel prices, these factors impact those prices. And the farming sector, the agricultural sector, both small and large farmers need affordable energy so that they don't cease to be attractive as food producer. Otherwise, they will fall out of the supply chain because food will be too expensive. And we hear it on a daily basis. Yes, we want that. We hear that from the farmers. And we are a provider of this technology. We start from investigating the needs, and then we go through the energy transition. It is a process. You cannot do it overnight or in one go. And we see a tremendous increase in interest. Today, within our company, we are running projects at the scale of hundreds of megawatts, both large projects and smaller projects. Those are thousands of SMEs, of entrepreneurs, thousands of food producers, and they need green energy. And it's interesting that many of them can provide their own funding for those projects. I would like to quote my direct mentor. I'm replacing Krzysztof Dziadoszyński was supposed to be here. Mr. Solos is the advisor at ZEPAK. And he keeps repeating that renewables and solar power is the energy of freedom. You can be energy independent. You can become partially or completely, well, maybe completely is an exaggeration, but it is possible to generate electricity for your own consumption, and it doesn't cost really that much. It has been said that those who have biogas plants, they want larger projects. They go to banks, they have a business plan, and they will receive funding. Because with the current energy prices, it doesn't make a difference whether I pay for electricity or if I pay for leasing. And the current price in the market is that it is a sort of, it's ridiculous. It is a parody. An annual and monthly energy bill is twice as large as a lease payment for PV installation. So the return on investment periods have been reduced to even 2.5 years. If you have 150,000 kilowatt hours, which is the case in farming households, or in large farms, then it's several years of return period on investment. In large-scale installations, it is a bit different. You need to design them properly and implement them in stages. So there's a huge interest. Farmers want that, entrepreneurs want that, but there are some barriers, as you have mentioned. There are barriers that we fully don't understand. There are various interpretations from various officials and civil servants. And we keep wondering every day. There is a question to our advisors in the field on a daily basis. Why is it possible to have a PV installation on a farmland and beneath that you would have sheep grazing? Why is it possible in other countries to have chickens or goats, so we can combine energy generation with food production? It is a great combination. We have healthy food produced with healthy energy. So to finish my intervention, yes, we can see that with hundreds of discussions on a daily basis, and we see an increasing interest in renewable energy sources. We can also see an increasing interest, and it is worth mentioning, especially at this conference, we see an increasing demand for education in this sector, because we know that many people use Dr. Google as their main teacher, and there's hundreds of differing opinions. Thank you. I think that the other intervention is a great starting point for my next question, going to Mr. Grzegorz Brodziak, CEO of Good Valley. Is it really the case that food producers need renewable energy sources? And I would like to ask you a related question, because your company produces meat products. Is it really the case that cows are worse than coal? Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. We've been trying to align our timelines with Mr. Grzegorz Podhański for the last 3 years, so thank you for that. I would like to share my experiences in this interesting discussion. It was also discussed in the previous panel, and you have already mentioned various aspects today. In practice, we at Good Valley have been implementing that since 2005, when we built the Poland's first farm biogas plant in Przechlewo, where we have our headquarters. So 2005. And with regard to comparison with that period, it is with sadness that we have to state that we are coming back to the starting point, because I remember that in 2009, there was a team at the Ministry of Agriculture developing a program for development of biogas plants, 2,000 biogas plants in Poland. And this program was put on hold. It did not happen. We would have been in a completely different place without the need to start from scratch, because we have very modest beginnings right now. We know that the transformation and the entire investment process, not to talk about other barriers, it all takes several years from idea to implementation. So I remember in 2007, 2008, 2010, the procedure from idea to implementation, it took 1 year. Now it is 3, 4 years, 3 years in best case, 3, 4, 5 years if there are no protests. So it is a challenge for the regulators to simplify and streamline those things. And together with Minister Marek Zagórski, we have been trying to translate our practical experiences to something that might become an inspiration for the regulator to streamline and simplify the procedures. So this is the challenge. With regard to cows, and this statement, I remember a statement from a conference in Brussels several days ago when I attended and presented the model of sustainable animal husbandry. And the very wise approach is the problem is not about the cow, it's the problem about the how. So it's not about the cow itself, it's about how we manage that, how we manage husbandry, how we manage fertilizer, and how we manage food, or feed, and feeding the cows so that it's not overbalanced and that we do not have nitrogen emissions from undigested protein. So we're coming back to knowledge, which is a huge challenge, but also a barrier for those smaller biogas plants. We have discussed that in the previous panel. We cannot overscale, overdimension biogas plants, but we also cannot build two small biogas plants, because we need some specialized knowledge to run a biogas plant. I would imagine that a farmer who would have to invest in a biogas plant, they would have to go to a 2-year course to manage and run such an installation properly, or they would have to hire a specialist working for them, because it is a complex process and it requires a lot of care and a lot of knowledge. So I do agree that a 1 megawatt biogas plant seems to be optimal in terms of size and from the point of view of sustainable management. With my own example, we have biogas plants from 300 kilowatts to 2 megawatts, but out of the 8 that we have, most are between 600 and 1,000 kilowatts. If we are talking about sustainable management of installations, we have a following model. We have animal husbandry, in our case, some pig husbandry, and we have a pipeline pumping manure. So this is the first generation substrate to generate biogas. We pump it to the biogas plant. We mix it. We need to add some various substrates. It may be straw. It may be some feed remains from our husbandry. We put that in the fermenter. We use the heat. We use that heat to heat up our facilities, our office facilities, our workshops. And if we have a surplus, then we have a problem. Then we had to release it into the air. So the digested, so post-fermentation mass has to be properly disposed of or contained to avoid any odor emissions. So it has to be kept in tight tanks. And then this natural fertilizer is used twice a year, for example, and we use it in local projects where we pump the manure to the fields. There are some sprinkler installations. We have a hose distributing that manure on the field. So it is an optimum model where we do not have to go out in terms of tens of kilometers, both in terms of supplies of substrate, but also managing the digested. So we have a local model. It is something that can be followed and it can be rethought or reconsidered when planning a biogas plant to avoid any mistakes. For example, protests related to strong odors. Let me ask you about the carbon footprint of your products. You have discussed that already. I understand that your solutions contribute to the reduction of the carbon footprint. There's quite a lot of talk about meat products, that every one of us can reduce their carbon footprint by reducing meat consumption and do something for the climate. One of the solutions is giving up on meat products. If I buy a good value product, well, it will be free advertising, but do I have to feel bad? Do I have to have bad conscience about harming the planet? Absolutely not. With regard to discussions about whether we should eat meat or not, whether we should phase out animal husbandry in Europe or not, it was discussed in the previous panel. I have the pleasure to take part in the pork working group at the European Commission, and also presented some assumptions with regard to sustainable pig husbandry. And I was hearing some voices who were saying, well, why would we build biogas plants if we can reduce the animal count in the EU by half? We know the challenges are obvious, but we need to present the actual picture of animal husbandry and animal production in combination with plant production. And we have a certain divergence. This production should be balanced, balanced between animal and plant products with regard to fertilization and so on. Coming back to meat, I believe, and we share that knowledge in our communication, that we can eat less meat in Europe. We eat, on average, 70 kilograms. In Poland, 75 kilograms of meat per capita. In the US, it's 125 kilograms. Dietitians say that it should be optimal to have 35. So we can choose products with reduced carbon footprint, meat products produced in controlled conditions. Coming back to the carbon footprint, since 2012, we have been calculating the carbon footprint of our company as a whole, including the reductions coming from the locally organized production, so less transportation, less energy, and less resources, but also compensation of carbon emissions related to replacing conventional energy with renewables, 100% of electricity and 70% of heat from waste heat of engines. So our carbon footprint goes down to zero, or is very low compared to European averages, where we have about 5 kilograms of CO2 emissions per kilogram of pork. In our case, it's 2 kilograms, and if we include biogas compensation, it goes down to zero. And it translates into prices because consumers are not ready yet to pay a premium for that. Thank you very much. And I would like to come back to the European level. In the previous panel and in the discussion with Professor Jerzy Buzek, Commissioner Kadri Simpson announced large-scale investment projects related to renewables. A question to Mr. Ryszard Pawlik. How will those support programs for renewables be beneficial for Polish companies operating in the agricultural sector?
Thank you very much. If I may, to refer to the topic, what the President has said, the production of meat and the use of substrate in biogas plants. The problem is that we do not use it in biogas plants. Then we need coal to burn it. But in order to deliver it to a biogas plant, you need to fit it with a hygienizer, which is a costly equipment. So such animal origin products need to be hygienized at the temperature of 80 degrees for an hour. And it's another element of specialization and running this process properly. A veterinary solution is needed to utilize such a large volume of digestate. This is something that that requires barriers to be overcome. And for that, we need some motivation. I'm asking about it because the Prime Minister was addressed by a company dealing with the utilization and disposal of such waste. And because of the shortage of availability of coal, they had a major problem. And it's also an epidemiological threat if you do not dispose such waste properly. So decisions were made at high levels, but finally they succeeded. But supporting this green development, we could utilize such digestate, and we solve this problem using more coal. But coming back to the main question regarding the support, let me refer to three issues. The issue of regulatory certainty and the fact that the law has been changing too frequently. The directive on renewables was changed for the second time in the EU, not 30 times. Of course, this change this amendment of the European law will be then translated into the changes of the domestic law. It is important that we now have clear long-term legal framework, the climate neutrality goal of 2050 in the EU, and the 55% reduction of CO2 emission by 2030. These are not only political goals included in the conclusions of the European Council of 2019 and 2020, and all member states agreed to that. But these goals, for the first time, are included in the European policy. And deviating from this goal or goals would require changes in the European law, which is not really possible. So we do have long-term framework defined. Now it's a question of adjusting regulations, and the Fit for 55 package is designed to do that. And after the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, new goals were discussed, and we've been trying to implement these goals. A higher goal regarding of 45%, not 40%, by 2030 regarding renewables, doubling PV installations by 2050, and one-third more such generation by 2030. So when businesses, farmers think whether to invest and what they should invest into, the answer at the European level is very clear, just as the previous Commissioner for Budget says that beautiful ideas without funding will always remain just beautiful ideas. So the financial support from the European level is secured. The Energy Forum calculated that the energy transition in Poland in 2021-2027, at the current energy prices and CO2 emission rights prices, we're going to have 560 billion Polish zlotys for that. Of course, this is not sufficient to complete the transition, but it's more than enough to start this transition, to make it serious. Of course, it's a question of funding available from structural funds and from the National Recovery Plan, the Common Agricultural Policy, and 25 billion euros. The National Recovery Plan, the structural funds, CO2 emission rights. The budget collected more than 60 billion, and it would be good to use it for this green transformation and biomethane. As regards specific solutions and responding to what you've said about challenges, and we've been trying partially to respond to this hydrogen package, for which Prime Minister Buzek is responsible for in the European Parliament. It's still in progress. 35 billion cubic meters that we would like to include in the law to make it binding as a goal, and to provide incentives for member states to reach that level by 2030. We do not want them to be goals, but we'd like to have specific instruments to facilitate generation of hydrogen and injecting that hydrogen into the network. There is a range of solutions, beginning with regional maps that can be created by transmission network operators that can identify regions with the largest potential of producing biomethane, including already existing installations and the transmission infrastructure. And based on such maps, we could develop strategies that will be implemented. Another thing is the harmonization of the quality of biomethane. We received a number of signals from Denmark, where they have a fairly developed market. The lack of the standard makes the injection of biomethane difficult. The same applies to the trade between member states. This is something we'd like to harmonize. We'd like to make it clear and foreseeable in the future. And finally, tariff discounts for biomethane producers, and the Parliament has been discussing this, to what extent we can allow such discounts also regarding trade between countries. Thank you very much for this knowledge in a nutshell. It seems that money for the investment will be available. I'd like to ask Mr. Sovic from SLL. We know that the funding for investment will be there. Can you see increased interest in investing in renewables in rural areas? As I've said, there is a tremendous increase. It's something that has a strong business case. So Polish people who pay energy bills know that very well. I remember that in 2015 we had a conference, a Polish-German conference. At that time, we were at the stage of a primary school. Now, regarding education and knowledge, we are at the final grade of secondary school. Today, you do not need to convince farmers to buy such, that they will buy electricity from the market and the price will be growing, or they can generate for their own needs. So there are many people interested, and we help them from the point of view of education. We're able to support them throughout the transformation. We provide the technology, we fit that technology, and we manage it and operate it later on. I'm afraid of the funding. We've heard during the Energy Summit in Gdańsk that 20% of funding from the National Recovery Plan will be designated for renewable energy sources, but at the moment we don't have that plan ready. There are ready-made projects to be implemented, but components, because of the war, are not there. So the former business plans need to be rewritten, and without stable laws, I don't know to what extent it is possible. I'm not a politician. I'm not familiar with all regulations developed in Brussels, but my dream and the dream of renewable energy users, I'm not going to refer to farmers that we meet on everyday basis. They want this. It would be nice to have not a centrally managed source of funding, but local governments should operate such funding. Local governments proved that they're able to be very efficient. So the scheme can be very simple, like develop a project, provide funding, complete the installation, and then apply for the reimbursement. This 4.0 program is very simple. Once the installation is completed, you can apply for the reimbursement of the funding. Electricity 4.0, it's an excellent program. We started teaching prosumers to be active, to be an active participant of the renewable energy system. It's something fashionable. You want 5,000 from the government, just sign a contract. That was in the past. Today, say, calculate how much electricity you need, and you can generate it yourself. The main need notified by farmers or SMEs, from what I remember, in April this year, a directive was adopted encouraging people in member states to increase the capacity of micro installations to 150 kW. And this could be a good solution, and this could make a large number of farmers self-sufficient in terms of electricity. Just let's increase the capacity of micro installations. Then we should press on 5 large corporations. There are 2 very well known. I do not want to mention them by name here, but there are corporations which discourage 95% of applications to be connected to the grid. There was a question asked during the Energy Summit in Gdańsk in August this year to the president of PSE. And the president said, why do you keep this connection capacity for nuclear, for offshore wind farms? This is going to happen in 10 years. And I think we agree with the operators of distribution systems and we, as providers of technology, we should in order to stabilize the grid, we need to have a large number of micro installations and we need to develop energy storages. And we're able to do that. We're ready to do that. Just release the connection capacity. And my third request would be, because you have more influence on regulations, yes, the common policy for the development of renewables, but not changing from government to government, but the continuation of this policy and this energy mix, renewable energy sources from wind, biomass, PV installations. A customer generating for their own purposes can stabilize the grid. I don't understand, and this is what I frequently keep hearing from farmers. They ask why they cannot breed sheep if they want to sell a 200 kilowatt installation necessary to generate electricity for their own purposes. They need to change the designation of their land from agricultural to energy purposes. These solutions can expedite the development of renewable energy sources in Poland, and we can help in this process. The funding will also be there. It would be good to channel the funding to local governments for faster distribution and faster implementation of such projects, because until 2027 or 2030, there's only 7 years left. Quite recently, we had New Year's Eve, and again, we're going to have another New Year's Eve, so the time's passing very quickly. It's worth emphasizing in the context of Ukraine, and when we discuss distributed energy generation and renewables and refer to that as the energy sector of freedom, and I believe that finally many people agree that the distributed energy generation can be an excellent weapon to protect against aggressors, because 2 weeks ago, Russia almost destroyed the energy infrastructure. We, ZEPAK, tried to help to synchronize the network there, and the entire project needs to wait because there is no transmission network. let's imagine 5 years have passed, and again, the Russian bear will wake up and will be even more aggressive. If they want to attack Poland, and every household has a source of power, like a hydrogen electrolyzer, and they can generate electricity and heat for their own needs, this would be also a weapon in resisting the aggressor. So yes, the Polish rural area, Polish businesses would like to develop renewable energy sources, and the best example of that is the Polish retail chain, also present in rural areas. I do not want to mention them by name. We provide them with our technology, and we fit installations, and they generate more electricity from PV panels than the largest utility companies, such as PGE, a private company properly scaling their installations using the funding, external funding. They can generate more green energy than the largest, one of the largest players in the country. And this is not right. That's why I'd like to call for good solutions. And when the funding is channeled, the funding should go to local governments.
There are several minutes left until our Q&A session, but let me ask a slightly different question on a different topic to Mr. Mateusz Balcerowicz from the Agricultural Support Center about the new position in the government. I'm talking about government representative or plenipotentiary for energy transition in rural areas. It will be a plenipotentiary operating within the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. How do you imagine future cooperation with such a new representative? This question is simple and difficult at the same time. The first answer is that we are an executive agency responsible to the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, and the plenipotentiary is established based on the resolution of the Council of Ministers within the ministry. That power of attorney was issued on the 7th of October. So we implement the policy of the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, including the policy of deputies of the minister. So there's full compatibility here. The second thing I need to mention, our statutory task of supporting deployment of renewables in the industry, all of our activities are agreed with the Ministry for Agriculture every year. So these activities, these measures are synchronized. Perhaps these activities are not as enormous and visible as those of large players, but within the budget that we have, let me mention that we organize training, and these training sessions were targeted this year at farm biogas and biomethane producers. We will have targeted training for biomethane targeted at farmers who have dairy cow husbandry of 1 to 200 animals. So there are some good examples here. We had also online workshops for all mayors of rural and urban and rural municipalities in all regions devoted to energy cooperatives to explain what these cooperatives are all about. There was a significant interest. There was quite a lot of questions, quite a lot of inquiries, and a lot of attendees. So with regard to information policy, we are implementing that. And of course, it is aligned on an annual basis with the Ministry of Agriculture. As Minister Kowalczyk mentioned earlier today, those supportive actions, soft actions, are also directed towards biogas and energy cooperatives, and we hope that they will be coordinated during the next year, and we will agree on those activities with the ministry and that government representative who will be responsible for those measures. Let me just reply to some statements that have been made earlier. Let me come back to the very beginning, the substrate. There was this statement of the Natural Sciences University, 15 billion. It is an exaggeration. I think I can use the name of the author of that calculation, Professor Jacek Dach. We have asked him about that figure and how they calculated, how they arrived at that figure. And it was 7 to 8 billion cubic meters of biogas, and calculated on the basis that we use all the waste and remains from agri-food production, and then some part of farmland would be devoted at targeted crops. So we have some doubts whether it should be like that, whether that should be our target, because we rather aiming at using waste only and only within a certain distance from the source. So we believe that 7 to 8 billion is a maximum. Perhaps half of that is a realistic figure. And this is a reply to the potential volume of substrate that could be used for biogas production. I can see that more of you gentlemen are willing to comment on this. Perhaps I'll take the floor, if I may. You need to take into account one more thing. A lot has been said today about biomethane. We are focusing on biogas, and the calculations that have been mentioned earlier, they vary, they differ, and various sources provide various figures. But we need to know and remember one more thing. In Poland, until today, so far we did not have legal regulations defining the issue of biomethane. There was no definition there was no clear definition of biomethane. There were no legal regulations, and there was no support scheme for biomethane. We are talking about biogas all the time. If we had such support and we could purify biogas to receive biomethane, then indeed we could be talking about a different volume. From biogas, from a certain volume of biogas, we will receive half that volume of biomethane. So we cannot say that we are able to produce 15 BCM of biomethane. It may be a potential for biogas, and after adequate purification or treatment of that gas, we will have half of that volume of biomethane. Of course, the sources vary in their calculations and figures, but if we are talking about biomethane, it is the case. Just one more statement about biomethane. With regard to the current energy crisis, we are talking about Ukraine, we are talking about the needs to have gas supplies. Biogas plants today are great installations to generate, instead of electricity and heat, to generate treated biomethane. So the cogeneration engine where biogas is burned, it should be replaced with biogas treatment installation, and this biomethane could be fed into the distribution network, or we could compress it to receive bio-CNG and transport that at various distances, or we can liquefy it and we could have bio-LNG. So the difference here would be 1 to 600 in terms of volume. And I think this should be our future. And one more component here. I recently discussed it with one of the world's largest biogas treatment installations to receive biomethane. They said that they had installations all over the world, and even after the start of the Ukraine war, they delivered 2 such installations to Ukraine, and there is not a single one in Poland. Indeed, biomethane is the future. It all comes down to costs, and I spoke to Mr. Narcis de Roques and about this, about treatment, And as far as I know today, the costs of treatment or purification for a 1 megawatt biogas plant are about 20 to 30 times larger than for a solution with the cogeneration engine. So let's not discuss that, but this level is a certain barrier. Then the distance to the grid and the additional cost related to compressing. It is an interesting topic, but the direction is okay, but we need to solve the matter of costs and incentives. The second thing, education. We need to keep the values related to distribution of that production in rural areas. It's great that we have those promotion videos together with the National Agricultural Support Center. So we need to do that. We need to keep doing that. And cooperatives and clusters. These are necessary, but we need to have adequate regulations. We have a cluster, one of the earliest clusters in Poland, but it's not active because of the lack of regulations. We do not have accompanying installations like PV or wind turbines. This is the future, and these benefits should be consumed locally, which is also very important. Thank you very much for this interesting discussion. I think that our panelists deserve some applause. And the last few minutes of our panel would be devoted to questions and answers. So if there are any questions from the floor, please line up, introduce yourselves, and ask questions to our panelists. Good afternoon. Perhaps I can hold the mic. My name is Jan Matz. I am a farmer. I'm dealing with gas production, amongst others, and I also consume that gas for my own purposes to generate electricity. A lot has been said here. Our installation is 1.6 megawatts, and it consumes 800 cubic meters of gas per hour, and the generation potential of that installation is estimated at about 2,000 cubic meters of gas per hour. So about 1,200 of gas can be fed to the grid, to any grid that wants to offtake that gas from me. But as in Poland, everything is very beautiful when we talk about that. And you were also talking about that very nicely. But I liked some indications that this discussion should be more universal, and we should talk about that and disseminate that knowledge to the general public. So, the barriers that we as entrepreneurs are facing, making it impossible for us to operate and to carry out our activities. And the first barrier that we should deal with immediately today at the time of all the crises that we are facing. The first barrier are transmission grids. And there is not the slightest shadow of doubt that anyone who applies to the operator, in my case it is ENEA, they will receive a refusal. And it's not true that any biogas plants are enjoying a preferential treatment or privileged approach. I am an example. I can serve as an example. I have submitted an application 3 times to expand my facility, and it was rejected 3 times. So my advance payment was withheld for half a year, and I received documents and money, fortunately, after half a year. But in principle, the answer is the same. There is no connection capacity. And to put it simply, I am an entrepreneur who is ready to full extent. You can see everything that was discussed here, you can see in reality in my facility. So I have biogas with 1.6 megawatts, about 13,000 megawatt hours per year. But I also have a PV farm. I have some small 1 megawatt installations. And I also have one of the companies which should be generating electricity from wind for quite some time, but we keep receiving a reply that there is no connection capacity, despite the fact that I have a building permit. So I'm entitled to start building my wind farm immediately. So what is the answer? Offshore wind. So what we are talking about? Perhaps in 10 years from now, some offshore wind farms might be possibly built offshore. It's not certain. And the answer is today. We have a targeted answer, a targeted solution. Those who make decisions today about the energy, those 4 energy utilities or companies, they have priority to build new projects and generate. Today, I sell electricity at 460 zlotys. 460 zlotys. I received an offer to repurchase that electricity at 2,800 zlotys. Don't you think it is theft? Theft that goes beyond any comprehension. I'm sorry for using that word, but it's like a VAT tax mafia inflating the price 5-fold and then deducting the VAT tax. That's all I wanted to say. So the prospects for the future are only related to the type of energy that we are talking about in this meeting. We should be focused on that. However, that would require a lot of sacrifice on the part of civil servants, and many of you here have the power and the potential to make it work. Thank you very much. I think that you could refer to that statement a bit later. Perhaps another question? Please introduce yourself. Adam Pawlicki, mayor of Jarocin. It's a mid-sized town, 25,000 inhabitants and 24 villages, so in total 45,000 residents. Probably everyone knows our Jarocin festival, but we should also be known from 2 installations. We are talking about processing of waste in a more narrow extent. We are dealing with the entire stream of household waste, including biological waste. There have been many examples from Germany mentioned today. I think that Germans could visit Jarocin to see what a professional raw material recovery installation looks like from sewage sludge and from sewage. We have the first phosphorus recovery installation. As far as I know, it is the only such installation in Europe east of Amsterdam. You've mentioned hydrolysis and problems with the digestate. There is a cooperation. We could have cooperation between larger installations because by hydrolysis of municipal waste or sewage sludge, we could add digestate from biogas production. So there are large possibilities for cooperation. So indeed, we have such processing here. With regard to biology, we have one of the largest facilities in Europe, Greater Poland Recycling Center, with the municipality of Jarocin holding 60% stake. The rest is held by 23 other municipalities, and we are covering 350,000 residents, and we are already producing waste and generating electricity. So we are adding a new engine, 800 kilowatts. So today, Jarocin, as a holding group, generates half the electricity that we require, that we consume. The problems lie in nice ideas such as energy clusters that were introduced, but nothing followed that. So we have excess production of electricity and heat in our recycling center, and we cannot sell it to the largest municipal off-taker, a sport complex with a bowling alley and a swimming pool, we cannot sell it. The cluster legislation is dead. Tariff K has not been introduced, allowing us to sell it. So you've mentioned bottlenecks for the development. Why is it so bad if it's so good? Because we have bottlenecks. On the one hand, of that bottleneck, it was mentioned here multiple times, is the cooperation between companies, state-owned companies like the power utilities and the gas distribution network operator. And they do not want to cooperate neither with generators nor with the off-takers. And they do not present the official line of the government that we need to keep generating electricity in rural areas and in towns. It's not true, because their companies, state-owned companies, are doing quite the opposite. They are blocking the possibilities for off-take and for cooperation. That's one thing, but perhaps not relevant to biogas plants, but with regard to production of electricity from waste, there is another bottleneck. It is the government that is responsible. The Polish legislation blocking those possibilities, making it impossible for such installations to be built. The development cycle, preparation of the study local zoning plan takes several years, a minimum of 3 years. And if you succeed, if you succeed, only then can you start designing and environmental procedures, building permit procedures, and so on. And it would take another 2 or 3 years. So from idea to commencement of works would take 6 years. And that is why nothing is being built. Because if our law is like that, and if we have such an approach of state-owned companies, as is the case right now, everything would look great on paper with ideas and money available, but there would be no real implementation. So someone, not myself, but someone would have to exert an influence on the government and have a bold minister who is willing to repair Poland. There is some ongoing politics, but there is no policy even for a period of 5 years. Normally, policies should be developed for a period of tens of years, of decades. Our government doesn't have a policy until the next election.
Thank you. Thank you. Artur Zawisza, the president of the Union of Biogas Producers. I agree with all the comments of CEOs from two only companies having networks of biogas plants. But let me add something on behalf of my organization, an organization of distributed energy producers. Biogas or Orlen Południe, they both have 3 biogas plants. The 150 million tons, as rightly revised, of waste is an abstract figure. It does not take into account those variables, for instance, inability to connect to the grid. If it's not possible to connect, no one will utilize 150 tons of bio-waste. And university researchers should make the results of their research more realistic. There are more than 130 agricultural biogas plants, and altogether there are more than 300 of them, including landfill plants and wastewater biogas plants. But it's still very little if we compare our situation with Germany, but all over the European Union, 300 in our country and 20,000 in the EU. And why we are lagging so much behind? It is because the inadequacy of support schemes, because biogas requires a dedicated support scheme. The 1 megawatt PV installation can enjoy 3 to 7 million. These are the capex costs and the operational cost on top of that. We don't pay, but with biogas plants, they need to spend several millions a year to buy substrate. And even though some companies have their own substrate, they need to cover certain cost for management. So you cannot put biogas plants within the auction system, but to make feed-in tariff systems available for up to 500 megawatts, 85 zloty per megawatt hour. For up to 1 megawatt, 815 zlotys. These are the prices that are lower than the real cost of generating electricity, this levelized cost of electricity. The prices should reflect the actual market situation. If today there are better offers from the market temporarily, hopefully the war will not continue endlessly. And then there is yet another issue of yet additional support source mentioned by Mr. de Carreras Roques from Spain, saying that a biogas plant absorbs negative emission at the source while using the substrate. That's why such emissions, according to the sustainable development criteria, they should be certified, and there should be a separate support instrument. A biogas plant should receive price for electricity plus for those certified avoided emission. The same applies to biomethane plants. In recent weeks, we made a huge effort together with the Chamber of Commerce, headed by Beata Wiśniewska, because according to the law specifying limits of prices, all installations up to 1 megawatt are excluded. So out of 300 biogas plants, 260 are excluded, but we want all of them to be excluded, including this group above 1 megawatt, 1.6 megawatt, which do not use support schemes. So this is what our organization has been doing. And approaching the end of my comments, this discussion on biogas and biomethane, there is a misunderstanding. A biogas plant is a biopower plant. We generate electricity from biogas. Biomethane plant produces gas. So these are two separate realms. They are identical all the way to the production of biogas, but one company produces electricity, the other produces gas, which is upgraded and even liquefied. And the drafted law by the government does not provide for the support scheme for biomethane. They say you can produce biomethane, but we won't provide any support apart from certificates of origin. This was supported by the government that this would cost too much if they supported biomethane. And the real market support scheme will be the national index scheme, and companies like Orlen will be forced to buy biomethane at a reasonable price, and there's going to be a market support scheme. Whether this will materialize, we just need to wait and see. But this is what's going on at the moment. Thank you very much. That was the last comment. Is there any of the panelists who would like to take the floor and refer to some comments? A brief summary. Let me respond to some questions. Some referred to the clusters of energy. Please learn something more about the energy community. Of course, it's a solution to the same problem, another solution to the same problem, but if you'd like to learn more, we can provide such information. You can establish such communities in urban and rural areas, and you can have up to 1,000 members, so it's worth considering. There are certain legal solutions that support that. And a question concerning why we should do all this. The target solution is the energy self-sufficiency. This is the target solution, and this has to be rationally justified. Very briefly, you mentioned the problem with the connection. Of course, it's a major problem today. Just an example, the refusal for a PV farm. Our partner wanted to build such an installation, and the argument was that the PV installation would interfere with the landscape, and the mayor of Jarocin mentioned municipal wastewater and sludge generated, but there are regulations that prevent using such digestate. Again, regulations are the problem. And then emission and emission-related certificates. And agriculture is generating 20% of greenhouse gases. Agriculture can also sequestrate with the proper management of fertilizers, but there are no tools and parameters. This has been discussed at the level of the European Commission. We need to regulate that at the European scale to know how to measure that and how to provide incentives and reward farmers for that. Is there anything you'd like to add? So on my part, let me refer to that. We talked a lot about biogas. Let me tell you about what we've been doing, and this may suggest what you can do with the surplus. We said that the energy transition is the fact. This will not change. We need to save the planet. It is also very important that when we decide to develop a generation source, we need to make sure that we meet our needs, and surplus should go to the mix. PV as a source of electricity, and we can combine it with hydrolyzers or electrolyzers producing hydrogen. So I'd like to encourage you to do that. If you want to be involved in the energy transition, do it in a mix. You cannot concentrate on just one energy source. If I may, just two comments. We've heard that you need to plan longer term over several terms of office of the government. Some people mentioned the problem with distribution and transmission networks. The Polish energy plan for 2040, the level of PV installations beyond 2030 has been reached already today. So infrastructure cannot catch up. So it's an argument to update such plans. And the second comment, you referred to offshore. It would be good for us to realize that we don't have this luxury to choose whether we should focus on biomethane, renewables, offshore. Our average coal-fired power plant age is 47 years. So all hands on board. Try to remember 3T. You need to transform now. And finally, my final comment would refer to, we've been discussing needs, volumes, and our potential a lot. But getting down to earth, we need to create legal conditions for such investment to materialize, because if we analyze PV installations and biogas plants in this maze of imprecise regulations, local governments are there to decide about the location of such installations, and they lack knowledge and instruments to facilitate the implementation of such investment. Thank you very much for referring to comments and questions from the audience. We are slightly lagging behind the schedule, and let me kindly ask Artur Balas, the president of the Council of the European Foundation for the Development of Polish Rural Areas, to conclude this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank all those who accepted our invitation and who are with us today. Last time we met last year, and a short comment to the discussion that we've heard and the problems related to renewable energy sources. I'm concerned that, again, we point to legal barriers that prevent the connection and use of all the benefits that seem to be so natural. And there is lack of response from the Center for the Support of Rural Development, representing the government. Why is it so that we discuss things, we specify problems, and there are no solutions adopted? Why the mayor of Jarocin or Janek Mac or many other people have to struggle with it? You have not answered to this question, unfortunately. Thank you very much for this sponsoring, but this is not the right place to do that. With all sympathy and benevolent support, and listening to this voice, which is concerned about goals set by the EU, we've been showing the difference between Poland and our neighbors. Of course, if you wanted to say something regarding the matter, we will listen carefully to it. Is there anything you'd like to add or comment on this? So before I'll say farewell to you, let me give the floor to the center. Mr. Minister, perhaps the question, I'm not the best person to respond to this question. It's a question of connections to the grid, and within our competences, we've been implementing our task the best way possible, but we also point to the barriers. The same applies at the level of Minister Zyska, the plenipotentiary of the government for renewables. Just as we did today, we're going to raise this discussion concerning barriers. We see that the connection capacity is crucial, but we cannot solve the problem. Of course, Mr. Minister, we accept and we will transfer these comments to the government. Again, thank you very much. It's true that owners of the grid are state-owned institutions, and without the declaration of will and the executive power, we won't be able to change anything, and we can have a similar discussion in a year's time, and we will stay in the same place. Thank you for the declaration, but I hope that the final part of the debate will mobilize your center to put more pressure on Minister, on Prime Minister, who declared their openness regarding the matter, and they believe that this is the direction that we should proceed in. I'd like to thank you very much for your presence. Once again, it shows that the Center for the International Cooperation in Grodno is a place of real debate above political divisions. We actually do not focus on political views of panelists, but panelists can focus and discuss important matters for Europe and for Poland, and they can have a responsible and a reasonable debate. And this is the right place to have such a discussion. It is not that if we just turn the television on and we can see just quarrels without any logical conclusions, without any specific message. The discussion that we've had here focused on real problems. I'm very glad that in this terrible time, and I'm referring to this bandit aggression of Soviet Russia on Ukraine, there is this identity above political divisions with much sympathy and support for Ukraine. We know how it is important for Poland and that we are on the Ukrainian side, and we do our best to make Ukraine free and independent country, our excellent friend and neighbor. And this is also one of the messages from this conference. Thank you very much for today, for your presence, for the debate. I'd like to thank Prime Minister Buzek. He is the main orchestrator of the debate. He is the main point of focus, an excellent guest from the European Union. He actually invited them here. I hope to meet you in a year's time, and the discussion will be better, more constructive, and hopefully we won't have all these problems that we've discussed this year. Thank you very much for today. I'd like to invite you to a modest lunch and hope to see you next year.
Dziękujemy bardzo, wielkie brawa.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please return your headsets at the